Good morning. Are you ready for the first witness for today?
Good morning, Your Honour. Yes, we are, and I'll be taking the first witness this morning, and that is Virginia Clarke.
Thank you.
Who is the daughter of Ronald Farrell.
Silence, please. You swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat.
Thank you. Mrs. Clarke, could you just state for the court your full name?
Virginia Ann Clarke.
And I understand you are the second youngest of 7 children born?
No, I'm in the middle.
You're in the middle, but there are 7 children?
There are 7, yes.
And you had a lot of involvement with your father during the time that he was at Newmarch House?
I did, yes.
Prior to his entry into Newmarch House, I understand that he was in fact living alone at age 87?
He was living in his house alone by himself.
And that was back in late 2012?
Yes.
He then suffered a number of falls.
He did, yeah.
And was admitted into Westmead for surgery at a point in time in March 2013?
Sorry, I missed that.
He was admitted to Westmead Hospital?
He went into respite first off, and then he didn't go to Westmead Hospital. He went to Hornsby Hospital. They transferred him there because he had a fall in respite. And then when he was at the Hornsby Hospital, one of the doctors recognised that there was something wrong, and they did some tests, and they found out that he had a subdural hemorrhage.
Hematoma?
Hematoma, that's it, yes.
A blood clot?
Yes, yes.
Prior to that, in terms of his unusual behaviour, had you identified that also?
I had identified that. I had taken him to his own doctor, who just said, we're all getting old and it's just thing, but that wasn't my father.
I think you said to me earlier that your father was a true gentleman.
He was, yes.
And that some of his behaviour at the time prior to the subdural hematoma being identified was unusual and inconsistent for a man who generally was a true gentleman.
That's exactly right, yes. Dad was a very modest man, and he always opened a car door for any lady or woman that was getting into a car, and then he was walking around naked. He had his underpants on his head, and my dad, he would have been so embarrassed to know that that's what he was doing.
After the surgery, did his behaviour go back to what you would describe as normal?
Yes, it did.
So at the time when he entered into Newmarch House in 2013, how was his cognition?
It was very good. He was the one that decided that he would go into a home. He didn't want to stay home in his own house by himself because he was a bit afraid, because there was a lot of news reports about people breaking into elderly people's homes. So he did, and then they recommended when he went into rehab that maybe, to prevent him being alone and maybe having another fall and hurting his head, that he maybe should go into a home of some sort. And Dad was quite happy to do that. He arranged all his own financial things, he rented his house out. He did everything himself. So he was totally aware and right back to where he would have been prior to the operation.
So can I bring you now to 2019 and 2020? At that time, was he still also managing his own financial affairs?
He was, yes.
Would you say that he was, despite his age, he was by then in his 93, 94 years of age, he was still, in colloquial terms, with it?
He was, yes, because he had decided to sell his home I think it was 2018. So, so he was still very much aware of what was happening. He still watched the news. He knew what was going on in the world. Yes, he was very much aware of everything.
I'd like to show you a document, Mrs. Clarke, that he signed, and it's in volume 2, tab 6, page 65. And if it can be accommodated, if it can come up on the screen. Do you have in front of you, Mrs. Clarke, a document which is titled Charter of Aged Care Rights? Do you see that as a heading on the page?
Yes, I can see that. Yes, he signed that.
Yes, you recognise your father's signature there?
Yes, yes.
And that was on the 1st of May 2019?
Yes.
Point 5 in that charter states that I have the right to be informed about my care and services in a way I understand. In April 2020, did you believe that your father was cognitively able to understand care being delivered?
I think so, because I had spoken to him a couple of times on the phone, and I think he would have understood if they were talking to him and telling him any health issues or anything that was happening. He would have understood that. Yes.
Can I draw your attention to point 7 on that Charter of Aged Care Rights? And it reads that I have the right to have control over and make choices about my care and personal and social life, including where the choices involve personal risk. Turning your mind to April 2020, did you, from your observations or conversation with your father, did you believe that he did, prior to the outbreak, was he still capable of exercising control over and make choices about his care?
Yes.
Can I now take you to another document, and it's a summary care plan. It's in volume 2, tab 6, page 69. Mrs. Clarke, I'd ask you to assume that this was a document that was filled out when your father first came into Newmarch, and it's dated 21 December 2014. So a year after he entered. Was this form, do you know, were these forms of this type filled out with your assistance or with your knowledge, or do you believe that your father would have answered these questions on his own?
Dad would have answered them on his own.
Can I take you to the second page of that document, and you'll see a bolded heading, Cognitive and Mental Health.
Yes.
And it records under there that the intention is to ensure that Ron has a variety and stimulation with physical, mental, social and spiritual activities and input as desired. Do you believe you had extensive contact with your father while he was at Newmarch?
I did, yes.
Prior to the outbreak, do you believe that those objectives were being met by Newmarch?
Yes, yes.
In your experience and your contact with Newmarch, how did you feel he was being cared for prior to the outbreak?
Prior to the outbreak, I think he was very well cared for. He participated in a lot of the activities at Newmarch. They had a men's group every fortnight on a Tuesday, and Dad participated in that. They actually went to the pub. It was to stimulate the men and to give them opportunities to do what they would normally have done if they were outside the nursing home. They went to the pub, once, and they just sat around and talked about what they did and their different experiences, and Dad participated in all that. He loved playing dominoes whenever he could get somebody to play dominoes, usually after lunch, when it was quieter, because most of the activities were in the morning. And then after lunch, there wasn't much, so he would try and round up a few people and have a game of dominoes. He loved his dominoes. So he participated wherever he could in any activity, in any of the activities and so forth. The only thing he wouldn't do was go on a bus trip. He would not go out on a bus trip. He didn't like doing that.
So in terms of what Newmarch was offering, it was certainly offering social activities and stimulating activities to its residents.
Yes.
And did you think that that was one of the reasons, or was your father happy there?
Yes, he was very happy with that. That's what he wanted.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your father's physical health. We've seen in the records that in 2017, he was hospitalised, and then I understand he, after that point in time, would often need to use oxygen.
That's correct.
Can you just describe to us, prior to the outbreak, what your father's oxygen use was and why?
It was fairly low level oxygen use. He didn't need a lot. I think because he had emphysema and I keep getting the name incorrect, like restrictive airways.
Chronic obstructive.
That's it. Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Yes.
So he would need, but he could still, like my dad's routine in the morning was to get up in the morning, get himself dressed, go out and have breakfast, then come back to his room. Then he would do all his toiletries, shave, clean his teeth, have a shower. During that whole period, he wouldn't have oxygen on. So he didn't require it, while he was doing that. But by the time he had finished, he was exhausted and sat down and he would put his oxygen back on. And if he was just sitting in his room watching TV or usually doing search a word. He loved doing search a word. So he would sit there doing search a word. And while he was sitting there, he would always keep his oxygen on.
And in terms of keeping his oxygen on, was it being delivered through what's known as nasal prongs?
That's correct.
And then was there a gas cylinder seated beside him or some
he didn't have
instrument?
a gas cylinder. He had a machine, a blue machine. I don't know what you would call it. And that was what he used.
A portable machine?
A portable machine. You could wheel it around.
Now, I forgot to clarify with you when you first started giving your evidence, you've in fact prepared two statements in relation to your father's experience at Newmarch House, correct?
Yes.
You prepared one for His Honour the Coroner, and for the parties, that's at tab 4, volume 2. You also prepared a statement for the Royal Commission, which took place in August of 2020.
That's correct.
And is it correct to say that in your Royal Commission statement, you said that your father would panic if he went without oxygen for about an hour?
Yes, if he was too long and the oxygen machine wasn't close by, then he would panic because he said, oh, where's my oxygen? I need my oxygen. And he would go into a panic mode. It was something that he had to have. He knew where it was. If he didn't know where it was or if he was away from it for too long, then he would panic.
Like a safety blanket?
Yes.
In terms of his pain, I understand he had ongoing pain. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware that he had ongoing pain as such. I knew he had, I think he must have hurt one of his hips or his back during one of the falls. And because he did complain that his hip was sore on occasions, but I didn't know that it was like continuous.
And is that in one of the falls that occurred prior to his entry into Newmarch House?
No, I think it happened while he was at Newmarch.
In terms of your father's dietary requirements and his eating habits, were there times where he had a history of malnutrition, namely that he would not eat? Not once he went.
Prior to going into Newmarch, he did, because when he had the hematoma, he wasn't eating or doing anything. And at that stage, he was suffering from malnutrition, but not once he was in Newmarch, no.
So that issue resolved by way of the care that Newmarch was delivering in terms of regular meals?
That's correct, yeah.
But he didn't need any assistance with eating, did he?
No.
Can I ask you now, prior to the outbreak at Newmarch, how did you find, firstly, communication with staff at Newmarch if there was an issue that arose and you needed information back or an issue resolved?
It was always resolved. I had no issue with the communication with Newmarch. If they had any concerns or any issues regarding Dad, they would always call me, and we would work through it. And my father was quite stubborn, so sometimes if they wanted him to do something and he didn't want to do it, he wouldn't do it, and then they'd contact me and we would resolve those issues. But no, I had no issue with any of the communication between Newmarch and myself.
And after the outbreak, how did you find the communication? If we can just focus your mind initially on the first period, the first week after the outbreak was declared by Newmarch House.
I had very little communication. If I wanted to know anything, I was making phone calls, and they would say, "Oh, we'll get back to you, we can't give you that information." And nobody ever got back. So then I have to make a phone call again. It was just very poor. There was no communication, basically.
And were the phone calls you were making coming through to a front desk or administration, or were you able to contact somebody who was directly in charge of the wing where your father was located?
I think at the beginning I could directly contact someone at Newmarch, and then about halfway through that first week, then it went to like a central person, and they said they weren't at Newmarch, they would have to get somebody to ring me back.
In terms of being notified that your father was COVID positive, the records indicate to us that that notification came to you on the 17th of April.
Yes.
Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, on the Friday. Yes.
And that was by way of a conversation with Melinda Burns?
That's correct.
Did you have a relationship with Melinda Burns? Did you know her? Had you been in contact with her prior to the outbreak?
Prior to the outbreak, yes, I had a good working relationship with Melinda. She was a lovely lady. She used to talk all the time, no matter, if you went in there and you bumped into her, we would have a chat in the corridor just on different things, not so much necessarily about Dad, but just general family things and so forth.
Did you feel that she certainly knew your father and understood your father?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation then with your father about his COVID positive status?
No, because I didn't want to upset him. I didn't know whether he knew that he had COVID. So I didn't want to tell him just in case, because I thought he might go into panic mode or something. And I didn't know. So I never had the conversation with him, no.
Did you ask Melinda Burns when she informed you of his COVID positive status as to whether or not anybody had informed him of that fact?
First off, I was in shock when she told me, because we were sort of hoping, that he wouldn't get it. And then when I went back and asked the questions, I asked, did he know? What would happen now? What would the treatment be? Whether there was, where do we go from here? But I got no reply. I did finally get on to somebody else, and they said that they would get the doctors to ring me, but the doctors wouldn't be back until Monday. So I hadn't spoken to anyone.
And I understand that he passed away before that Monday.
He did. He passed away on the Sunday morning.
Yes. I think your father was aware that he was being tested for COVID. Is that correct?
He was aware of that because he complained. He had if I could speak to him, he had a really scratchy voice, and he put it down to them sticking those stupid things down his throat. So he said, they keep sticking those things down my throat, and it's making my throat very sore, and I can't talk because of that.
And in terms of your communication with your father after the lockdown, did that occur via a mobile phone or a landline?
A landline. Dad hated mobiles. So.
Could he reach the landline from his bed?
He sort of could, but mostly he sat up. So with Dad's room, when you went in, he had a chair, then the bed, And then on the other side of the bed, he had a little chest of drawers, and the phone was on that side. So it was sometimes difficult if he was sitting in the chair to get around the bed, especially if he had his oxygen prongs on, because he always took them off to go and answer the phone. So if he was lying in bed, he most likely could reach the phone, but if he was in his chair, he couldn't reach it. He'd have to get up and walk around to go and answer the phone.
And in fact, I think there was one occasion the night before he died, wasn't there, where he rang you?
He rang me.
And he said he'd missed his dinner?
He said he was hungry. He said, nobody's fed me, I'm hungry. And he said, I can't breathe because my oxygen machine wasn't working.
Did you say to him whether he was able to notify any of the nurses or staff as to that?
I said, have you pressed the buzzer, Dad, and got somebody to come in? And he said, I've been pressing it, but nobody's come. I don't know whether he did press it or not. I really don't know, because at that stage he was in panic mode. So I don't know, whether he was actually pressing the buzzer or not. But then I rang and got on to somebody, and I said, look, I've just had a phone call from Dad. He's panicking. He says he's hungry. He wants something to eat. And he said his oxygen machine's not working and he can't breathe.
And following that conversation, was it with a nurse or a staff member, or do you know who it was with?
I don't know who it was that I spoke to.
Did you get a return phone call indicating that those matters had been addressed?
I did, yes. I did get I think it was about 11 o'clock that night. Somebody rang me back and said that they had given him something to eat, and apparently they said he'd turned the machine off himself. So I don't know.
Were you given an opportunity on that night or at any time to say your goodbyes to your father?
On the Sunday morning, they rang me. Sorry, I'll cry. At 5 o'clock, it was around 5 o'clock, and they said they had been in touch with the hospital, and Dad was declining really quickly. Sorry. And she said we were going to give him morphine, which I knew what that meant because my mum had that before she passed away. So, and she said, do you want to talk to him? And I said, yes, So she held the phone up to his ear, but he couldn't talk. But I spoke to him.
Would you like a moment?
That's all right. I'll be right.
We'll soldier on. At any point in time when you do want a break, just let me know.
Thank you.
I don't intend to upset my witnesses, but it does happen.
No, that's all right. It's just me, sorry.
I'd like to take you, Mrs. Clarke, to a series of email exchanges that occurred between yourself and Newmarch House.
Right, yeah.
And it's in the period leading up to the critical day, the 18th of April. The first one was on the 13th of April, and it's at tab 5, page 46. And it's an email that you send after you're notified as to the COVID outbreak.
Okay.
Do you, can I just check, you don't have your statement with you?
I do have my statement with me.
You can turn that up, or you can look at the screen, whichever is easiest for you. Just in terms, that's the email you sent?
Sorry?
That's an email that you sent?
Yes.
And can I ask you, do you recall receiving a response in relation to that email?
No. No.
Can I think you've given evidence you were unaware of what your father had been told about.
That's correct. And I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to stress him out. He was fully aware that, that there was the virus, because he kept calling it the virus, was in Newmarch. Because he was being tested for it, but I didn't know whether anybody had said anything to him about being positive or what was happening within the complex itself.
I'd like to now go to the next page, which is tab 5, page 48. This is a subsequent email that you send.
Yes, because I hadn't received an
email from the
a response from the first one, and it was really hard trying to ring up and get, anybody to talk to me on the phone. So that's why I resorted to emails to try and get. I thought it might be easier for them to be able to respond to an email than trying to answer everybody calling them. So that's why I resorted to emails.
And did you get a response to that?
No, not that I remember. Anyway.
I'd like to now go to the next page, which is an email exchange between yourself and Nurse Cardwell of the 18th of April.
Yeah.
Can I firstly ask you, do these emails, are they chronological? Namely, the first is, as it indicates, at 3:13 a.m. in the morning. The second one at 6:12, sent by you, and the third one, a response at 8:05. Does that accord with your memory as to the sequence of that exchange?
Yeah.
And is this the first email response you received which was particular to your father rather than the generic emails that were sent to everybody? Is this the first response you received?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that in a moment, but before I do, I'd like to just bring up the advanced care plan, which was prepared for your father. The first, which appears at tab 5, page 49. I may have got that, I think it's tab 5, page 51.
Sorry.
I didn't think that was right.
On the 8th, do you have tab page 51, firstly?
Yes.
And that's an email where you respond saying, I attach the advanced care plan. That's at 6:40 p.m. that evening.
That's correct.
In that response, if you go over the page, that's the form that you sent through.
Yes.
Can I ask you, was there a conversation with a nurse or a doctor in relation to this advanced care plan?
There was, I don't think, there was no conversation with a doctor. I don't know who rang, somebody rang me and said that they wanted me to fill out an advanced care plan. I asked why we're doing this at this particular time, and she said we're doing it with everybody. We're just updating our records. We need to update all the records. Your father had filled out an advanced care plan, I think she said about 18 months prior to this one, and she said we need to update our records. And I said, because I didn't understand, why are we doing this right in the middle of an outbreak and what was happening? And I said, is there anything wrong with Dad? And she said, no. She said, everything's okay, we are just doing this. And she said, every family is getting the same documentation and to complete so we can update all our records.
And did that phone call occur, do you recall, did it occur after that email exchange with Emma Caldwell, the nurse?
No.
You've sent it back later that day on the 18th. It's about 6:40 p.m. that evening, and the email exchange between you and Emma Caldwell goes from 3 a.m. until about 8 a.m.
That was in the morning. The phone call was it was about mid-morning. I got the phone call about the advanced care plan. It took them a while to send it out, email it out to me. And I said, look, I want to talk to Dad about it because I don't want to complete the form by myself, because I knew Dad, he was still able to have a say. So I said, if you can make sure that he's close to a phone, I can call him and I'll discuss the plan with Dad, and then I'll complete it and email it back.
Was there some discussion about your father having a mild case of COVID?
Yes, and that's what they said to me when I asked about the thing, and when I spoke to, whenever I could get onto anyone, they just said, look, he's only got a mild case of COVID. There's, really there was nothing, he would be all right, or they felt that he would be all right because it was only a mild case.
So did you have an opportunity to discuss the plan with your father?
I did, yes.
And how was he in terms of, was he coherent? Did he understand what the conversation was about?
He understood what the conversation was about because I said, because he remembered filling it out before, 18 months earlier. So he couldn't talk. He said his throat was really sore. He said he just wanted the same as what he had before. And I said, oh, okay. I was trying to remember, well, what did we say before? And I talked to him about going to hospital. He said, oh, no, I don't want to go to hospital. And I said, well, what happens if you need antibiotics? He said, oh, if I really have to, I'll go, but I would prefer to stay where I am. I'm comfortable here. So I said, okay, Dad. So I said, so we'll just, and he didn't want to be resuscitated because we'd had a discussion about that with Mum, because Mum had multiple strokes and she passed away, and she was in a coma for about 2 or 3 days, and he always said, we as a family made a decision not to have Mum resuscitated. And he always said he was pleased about that because he didn't want to do that. And he said, and I never want to do that for myself. So he had made that decision, 20 odd years earlier. So I knew that was out of the question. So I just went through and asked him the questions. And as I said, he couldn't really talk very well. So he just said, yes, no. And that was about the extent of the conversation. He said, just put what we had before. So,
before you filled out this form with your father, had you had an opportunity to speak to any doctor at all?
No, I've never spoke to a doctor.
And so did you have any information at all in relation to what was to be expected in terms of having COVID?
No, I tried to find out, but I didn't get any information regarding that.
So in terms of this represents your father's wishes.
Yep.
On that form, in terms of hospital transfer, you've ticked, I do not wish to be transferred to hospital except to maintain comfort. And I prefer to remain in my place of residence following a palliative care plan, the priority being my comfort and dignity. Can I just take you back to the email of Emma Caldwell's, the last one she sent you at 8 a.m. I think she also had some discussions with your father about a transfer to hospital.
That's
correct?
right, yes.
And if you go back a couple of pages to page 49.
Yes.
When she first wrote to you earlier that evening at 3 a.m. or early in the morning, she said that your father didn't want to go to hospital. The last email there, she writes to you, he actually seemed more amenable to going to hospital if required, as I think he woke up and had some pain.
Yes.
So in terms of ticking that box, going back to the form itself, I do not wish to be transferred to hospital except to maintain comfort.
Yes.
What did you understand that to mean in terms of whether he would or would not, in what sort of circumstances he would or would not be transferred?
If he needed to have that couldn't have penicillin. He was allergic to penicillin. So a lot of, when he had pneumonia, they did the antibiotics intravenously, and I thought if he needed to have that again, or to comfort if he was dehydrated and need to have fluids or anything like that, then I thought that he needed to go to hospital for that sort of treatment.
I'll take you over the second page of that form. And is that your handwriting on the second page? It's page 53. It's the second page.
Yes, that's my handwriting, yes.
And under the box other, you've written, allergic to penicillin. We would like everything that can be done to help Dad when the need arises.
That's correct.
What did you mean by that?
Well, if you deteriorated, and got really bad, that, I just, whatever he needed to be done. So, like, if he was dehydrated, he needed to have fluids. If he needed antibiotics, then, to do whatever they could do to help him, make him comfortable. Basically.
In your mind, when you wrote those words, did you also have in your mind whether that meant for transfer or not for transfer?
Well, I know that Dad didn't like going to hospital. He didn't like to be out of his comfort zone. Whenever he went to hospital, I usually went with him. But I thought that you might get better treatment or in a hospital than in the nursing home, because they were dealing with an outbreak at that stage. There was a lot of patients there that they were looking after. So I thought maybe, he could get more assistance that he would require if he did deteriorate in a hospital rather than in the nursing home.
So in your mind, when you wrote those words, it included, if what needs to be done is for him to be moved to hospital, then that should be done.
Exactly right, yes.
And when you filled out this form, did you believe that your father was at the end stages of his life?
No.
In your mind, did you have a belief that he'd recover?
I was hoping. I don't know, because at that stage we didn't know. It was in the first week. Didn't know a lot about COVID. Everything that we heard or read was always bad. So I think we were hopeful that he would recover, considering that we were told that he only had a mild case. So yes, I think we all, because I was in touch with all my brothers and sisters, and I think we all were hoping and thinking that he would get through this, given, I know he had a couple of health issues, but he didn't have any major, like he didn't have any heart problems or anything like that. So yes, we did think that he would hopefully recover from it.
Can I ask you if you agree that you had this conversation with a nurse? Namely, does the name Leslie Dominiques ring a bell with you at all?
No.
Do you agree or disagree that what you said to the nurse was that you'd like Ron to stay in the home if he deteriorates? However, for acute medical emergencies, such as a fall sustaining a suspected fracture, you would like him to be sent to hospital?
I really can't remember. I could have said that, yes, but I can't remember. Sorry.
And that's on the evening of the 18th at about 10 p.m.
I honestly, I can't remember. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I don't want to say anything that I can't remember.
But certainly, it doesn't. That could have occurred. That
could have occurred. Yes, definitely.
In terms of, you mentioned earlier that you understood the significance of being prescribed morphine because of your experience with during your mother's end of life phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us what your understanding was, or what it means for somebody to say that they would now administer morphine.
My understanding is that there's nothing else that they could do for that person. They administer the morphine just to, because, well, with Dad, they said he was struggling to breathe. So he was getting agitated, or not agitated, but he wasn't comfortable, basically. So for me to give them the morphine, it was to make them comfortable. It just makes them sleep and just ease whatever, as if they're going to, usually it means that they help them just to be comfortable and basically die peacefully.
So that conversation at 5 a.m. in the morning on the 19th, is that the first time anyone made any reference to perhaps giving your father morphine?
That's exactly right, yes.
And was it at that moment in time and only at that moment in time when you realised?
He wasn't going to make it.
Can I ask you, did you ever have a conversation with any person at Newmarch House, a nurse or otherwise, in relation to your father being cared for under the hospital in the home?
I didn't have any conversations with anybody regarding that. I didn't even, I think I first heard that terminology I think it was the last day of Dad's off, but I can't remember exactly when I heard it, because at that point I thought, I didn't understand what it was. I didn't know what it was. So I never actually had a conversation with anybody in regard to it, but I can't remember when I first heard the terminology. It wasn't in any conversation that I had with anybody in regard to that.
And you said earlier in your evidence that on the Friday, the 17th or the 16th, that you had a conversation with somebody from the medical team would review your father on the Monday.
Yes, I asked because on the Friday, which was the 17th, that's when we found out that Dad was positive. And then I asked if I could speak. I said, what happened? I did get onto somebody and I spoke to them and I said, what happens now with Dad? What is his treatment? What is the prognosis? And they said, and I said, and has a doctor seen him? And they said that somebody had been up, I think, from Nepean Hospital and had seen Dad. And I said, can I speak to that doctor? And they said, no, he's already left, but he'll be back on Monday and we'll get him to call you on Monday.
So in terms of being informed by a doctor as to what was now going to happen with your father, given that he was COVID positive, that conversation didn't occur?
Never happened.
Mrs. Clarke, is there anything else that you would like to share with us in terms of your experience during that period of the outbreak or prior in terms of?
Prior to the outbreak, my dad called Newmarch home. He liked it there. He liked the staff. He enjoyed his time. He enjoyed the activities. He enjoyed the social life. We used to go out once a fortnight, or we'd go out for lunch, or then we'd have a barbecue. They had barbecue facilities at Newmarch, and he would like to, have a barbecue. So my husband and I would drag all the meat and everything there, and we'd have a barbecue there. So prior to the outbreak, he was fine. He enjoyed his time there. I do have something here, but I don't know if I can read it out. If somebody could read it for me.
Is this in terms of your personal reflections about?
It is. It's not in terms of my personal reflection. It was just about the emphasis on underlying health issues, because there was so much media, so much hype about that, all these people had underlying health issues. But to me, yes, they did have that, but they also had a lot of COVID. And I think being COVID positive took away us going to see Dad. We weren't allowed to see him. We couldn't be there. Sorry. So yeah, it was just those things.
Would you like to read what you've written?
I don't know that I can. Sorry. It's only very short.
Would you like me? Would you like me to approach? Where there is at the end of the inquest, we're going to.
I know. It's not really about that. It's about about the people, because if people assume they got underlying health issues, they're old, But I think if they didn't have COVID and COVID didn't impact on those health issues, that they could have lived a little bit longer. They could have seen their families again. They could have had another birthday. They could have, and I just think that the underlying health issues was a big focus, and I just thought it took away that opportunity.
Thank you, Mrs. Clarke.
Sorry.
I just thought, do you mind if I just approach?
Yeah, that's all right. Sorry. It's only short. Sorry.
And I think you have already done justice to what you have written down, Mrs. Clarke, but I'll read it out so that in case you feel that you haven't done justice to it. I think you've written here, I would like to say that there was a lot of emphasis on underlying health issues with a lot of residents who had passed away from COVID. I acknowledge that these health issues could have impacted on the person, but without COVID, they could have lived a bit longer. Long enough to see family again, to see their new great-grandchildren who they were looking forward to greeting, see their next birthday, not to have died alone. We just keep hearing they had underlying health issues, which seem to be the explanation for the people's death.
That's exactly right.
They were my only questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Clarke, just bear with me for a moment. I'm just going to check with the other lawyers whether they might have any questions for you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No, not at all. Ms. Clarke on the remote connection, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, do you have any questions for Mrs. Clarke?
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether Ms. Furness is here or attending remotely. Ms. Furness, are you on the remote connection?
Your Honour, it's Miss Davidson.
I
I'm
see.
here for the Commonwealth, and Miss Vanessa asks that her appearance be excused for today. I'll
Yes.
be appearing. No questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. Mr. Ford, do you have any questions for Mrs. Clarke?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Well, Mrs. Clarke, there are no more questions for you, which means that we've reached the end of your evidence. Thank you for your patience yesterday. I'm sorry we weren't able to reach your evidence yesterday afternoon, but you're now finished and may leave the seat. May leave your seat there in the witness box. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Your Honour, I will call the next witness. That will be Mary Van Put, please.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat.
My log? A copy of my log?
Yes, I'll come to that in a moment. Can I just start by, could you give us your full name, please?
My name is Mary Therese Van Put.
Thank you. And Ms. Van Put, you're the daughter of Barry Lyle Jahan, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. You have a sister that's Kathleen or Kate, is that right?
Kate Patricia, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to be asking you some questions about Barry and his progress at Newmarch House. I might just start with your statement. Could Ms. Van Put please be shown volume 8 of the brief? And the statement is found behind tab 5, please. Should be a first volume of volume 8. And it's tab 5, please. Thank you. Do you see there a copy of a statement that you authored back on the 20th of August 2020?
Yes, I do.
Are you fairly familiar with what you wrote in that statement?
Yes, I do.
And are the contents of that statement true?
Yes.
Thank you. I might actually also show you another document, please, just while we identify things.
Thank you.
What's the document I've just asked to be handed to you?
This is a log that I made with the help of my husband each night after the day's notifications, who we spoke to, the times we spoke to. Most of the time I tried to get a name of who we spoke to, and the conditions of Dad and how he was travelling.
Very well. So is it a log that you yourself created?
Yes.
It's in a typed format, is that right?
Correct.
You make the entries soon at the time of the events that occurred?
Usually as they were going on. If there was phone calls during the day, I'd just go down and do all that.
Does it include events that occurred in relation to Barry's care at Newmarch House?
Of course, yes.
Okay. I might come back to that document if you need to refresh your memory in relation to that as we go through. Okay. I just want to ask you some general questions first of all. You tell us in your statement, this is paragraph 3, that your mother sadly passed away back in 2005. Is that right?
Indeed.
Following that, was there a period where your dad remained living on his home and independently?
He did. He was very much wanting to stay independent.
But did there come a time in about 2008 where he moved in with yourself?
He did.
And did he remain living with you for about 10 years or so until he entered Newmarch House?
He did.
During that period of time, did your father have a few health problems?
The dementia was bad. That was the reason that he ended up moving to Newmarch, because he was a wanderer. And on a few occasions, I had to call our family to go look for him, because he also enjoyed walking. So we never knew which direction he went or where he ended up. So
I see. And that habit or practice of being a wanderer, was that something, to your knowledge, continued while he was in Newmarch House?
he could have.
He could have. Okay. Was it ever reported to you by staff that he'd been wandering around or out of his room?
During COVID?
Yes.
No, it wasn't reported to us.
Well, look, I'll come back to that a little later on. He also had some other health problems, including diabetes, is that right?
Yes, he did.
And also, I think, osteoarthritis, is that right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did they cause him any particular problems in terms of his movement?
His knees gave him a bit of a problem, but he'd only recently, prior to COVID, had steroid injections in his knees, and they helped greatly. And he did have a fall, which he was on a walker for, but that was only for a little bit. And then he says, he left it in the corner. He said he didn't want to use it anymore. He was going well. He was a good walker, and he was still in good. We would walk. I would take him down to the new bridge down at Penrith, and the challenge at the beginning was to walk across and back, and we'd get halfway across, and he would say, "Oh, my knees and my knees." But after the steroids, we could do across the bridge and back, and that was a regular thing, maybe every week, every second week.
So was it mainly the dementia that resulted in him going into Newmarch House?
Yes.
And that happened in about January of 2018, is that right?
He went into Newmarch House, yes, then.
Did he actually spend a period of respite, I think, from time to time in Newmarch House before he actually moved there permanently?
He had.
And just in terms of your impression of Newmarch House at that time, was it a place that you were happy with your father going into?
Are you talking about respite or?
Yeah, at the period that he entered Newmarch House.
At the period he entered, I was very pleased to be able to get him in there. It was a lovely place. The staff were lovely. It seemed fresh compared to a lot of the other nursing homes that I had seen, and it was homely. It was very nice. They looked after him. I had a few problems about the diabetes. He had a few problems about the diabetes, and being that took a lot of adjustments in recent times, but it was all sorted out, and they did keep on it, and sorted it out. But they looked after him very, very well. And the staff were lovely.
And in terms of that period after he moved in, and thinking back prior to the lockdown and the outbreak at Newmarch House, your impression, as you tell us in your statement, that it was a lovely facility?
It was. It was.
And you mentioned in particular that the staff you were happy with.
Yes, I was happy with the staff.
In terms of your dad's level of function after he moved into Newmarch House, were you aware, was he generally involved in activities and events around the home?
Sometimes he would have to be pushed, and sometimes I would go, because there was always a calendar put out about what was going to happen. And if I thought that there was something that he'd be interested in, I would sort of go beforehand and lead him up there and leave him at the bowling or the whatever was going on, because he was just forgetful. He would always say, "Oh yeah, I'll do that," but he would forget, and they were busy, but didn't always get to come down and pick him up. He was the furthest room at the whole complex, so sometimes that sort of happened. But
and that forgetfulness, was it your understanding that was part of his dementia?
Oh yes.
Okay. And in terms of those activities, some of them were physical, things like bowls. He got involved in?
Bowls. Sometimes they go into a travel movie or something or other.
And did you also yourself or other members of your family come and take him out from time to time?
He was out every week. He loved the outings that they did at Newmarch. I think he had to be put off some because he was on every one, but to give somebody else a chance, because he loved exploring, he loved going out. We took him out as much as we could. Yeah. And
tell me about his eating. Prior to the outbreak, was he a good eater?
Yes. It was good tucker at Newmarch, as he would always say. He says, "Oh yeah, 3 meals a day, good tucker."
And did he go out into the dining room and eat with all the other residents? Is that what he did? Okay.
Yes.
I want to move forward in the timeline to the period when you first became aware of the outbreak. Attached to your statement, or later in Volume 8, you've included a number of emails that you received from Anglicare and the staff at Newmarch House. Do you recall those?
I recall most.
Was it the case that you first became aware of the outbreak because you had made a call to Newmarch House and you were informed that there'd been an outbreak?
I had been trying on Easter Sunday morning to get a hold of, because they were in lockdown, I couldn't go up and put Dad's TV on for Easter Sunday Mass on the TV. And I was trying to ring to get them to put that on for him on the Mass. And I couldn't get on.
And was it in the course of trying to make contact in that way that you found out from a nurse that a staff member and indeed a resident had tested positive?
No, I got a phone call in the afternoon. I never got on about the TV, about the Mass on the TV.
I take it that after you became aware of the outbreak, it was a matter of particular concern to you?
Oh, yeah.
And you were concerned to find out how your dad was in relation to that?
Yes.
And in particular as to whether he himself had tested positive?
Yes.
And as you tell us in your statement, you spent the next number of days trying to make contact with Newmarch House, is that right?
On many, many, many occasions.
How did you find that?
Very hard. All the numbers that I had had been given previously. Trying to get on was very hard to get contact. Getting on to somebody that knew my dad, I was put onto a different wing, to a different barry, and thinking that they thought that was my dad, and I said, no, this is not my father, and yeah.
Now, despite those difficulties, and you've outlined these in your statement, were you nonetheless able to make contact with a staff member eventually?
Yes.
On a daily basis, in fact, between about the 12th of April and about the 17th or 18th of April. Do you recall that?
I'd say we had a few conversations, yes. And
one particular conversation that you were trying to have was to find out about his test results. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you find out in terms that he'd undertaken a test on about the 14th, but the results were negative?
Yes.
But indeed, on that day, on the 17th, you were told he was going to be retested.
Yes.
Just putting your mind back at that point in time, and given the concern you've already expressed about what was happening in terms of the COVID outbreak, what were your thoughts in terms of what you wanted to happen with your dad at that time?
At that stage, while Dad was negative, we wanted to get him out, if possible, to take him out to a safe place.
And I'm just going to ask you about that, which is the steps that you took at that point. So just have a look in your statement, please. If you have a look at paragraph 35, this is taking you to the morning, or in fact later in the day of the 18th of April 2020. So it's page 6 of your statement. Do you have that?
Page 6, and sorry, but
So paragraph 35.
later that day. Thank you.
I think you've got your own copy of your statement there in front of you. Is that right? And have you got in paragraph 35, later that day I received a phone call from Leanne and so on. So did you receive a call from Leanne Hinton, the care manager at Newmarch House?
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with her in relation to the fact that your dad's observations were okay at that point?
Yes.
And was there then, you say we, so I take it, is that yourself and your husband?
The whole family.
The whole family? Did you ask about removing your dad from Newmarch House at that point?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember what the response from Leanne was?
Said that she advised that she would put the question forward to the team and should be able to answer.
Okay. She couldn't give you an answer there and then, is that right?
No.
And is this what happened, that you then took up that question of whether your dad could be removed from Newmarch House with other members of staff? I'm going to take you to...
I think that at different stages, we had asked different members, and we sent an email to David Goodhue.
Well, let me take you to that now. So these emails, I'm just going to ask if one can be brought up on screen. In the folder of documents next to you, you will have tab 8C, which is a little bit further. I'll just ask the court officer to assist, thank you. So if you turn to the documents behind tab 8C and go to page 25, I'll also ask this to be put up on screen if possible. Tab 8 and then tab C.
I have the tabs on, sorry. I don't know which number. Thank you.
I'm just finding the document. Okay, so it may be that there's the tabs are not indicated in the friends' versions of the brief. So the page at the bottom right-hand corner behind tab 8, if you look at page 25, and I think it's the large set of numbers that we're looking at. So do you have there, look, this is a chain of emails, and you mentioned in your evidence a moment ago making contact with David Goodhue. To your knowledge, he was, well, tell me if this is right, his email signature says he's the general manager of Villages Southwest within Anglicare. Did you understand that he was a more senior member within the Anglicare management?
Yes.
And were you contacting him on this issue of whether your dad could be taken out of Newmarch House?
Yes.
The first relevant email in this chain is at the bottom of page 25. It's actually sent from John Van Put, is that your husband?
Correct.
And sent to David. And after thanking Mr. Goodhue for keeping you up to date with the latest developments and noting that your dad is okay at the moment, do you see at the bottom of the page, it says this: we note you have placed a large number of additional expert medical resources from different parts of healthcare community to combat and address the outbreak. However, this does not alleviate the concerns that all our family members have as each day unfolds. Our biggest fear is that he is still bunkered down in the premises where this outbreak has and is continuing to spread on a daily basis. Does that capture your concerns at that particular point in time?
Absolutely.
So this was an email you sent on the 19th of April. And in the next, see there's a couple of bullet points on the following page. It's on our screens, page 26 of this tab.
Yes.
What you're doing here is you're exploring what the options are for Barry at this point in time. Is that fair?
That's right.
One of the things you say at the end of the first bullet point is this. I guess what we're saying is, would it not be better, stroke safer idea to move him to avoid the high risk of him being infected whilst there is still a chance? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You'd agree, you're not saying at this stage, definitely bring him out, but what you are saying is, wouldn't that be a better option? Is that a fair way to put it?
Well, if we were able to, we were wanting to take him out.
Okay. And the response, if you turn a little bit further forward in the tab to page 24, this was the response from Mr. Goodhue at about 8 o'clock that night. Do you have that?
Yes.
We might ask that to be put up on the screen as well. So page 24 of tab 8C. This was the response from Mr. Goodhue. Among other things, at number 1, do you see the part of the response there is firstly the instruction to us from the Public Health Unit of New South Wales Health is that no resident may leave the home. This is to reduce and contain the risk of spread. I understand as a public health order, it may be legally enforceable. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you remember what your own thoughts were when you received that?
How can it be legally enforceable on an older person that we're just trying to get out to be safe?
And as a result of that, and we see this at the top of the page, you actually responded to that email. This is on the 21st of April. And you remember you included a letter including a number of questions that you wanted to have answered. Do you recall that?
I'd have to refer to all of it.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll take you to the attachment. If you have a look at it, and we might ask again for this to be put on screen, page 27, which is the attachment to this email on the 21st of September. Hello, David.
Yes.
And there's a number of questions that you
Yes.
would like to be answered. Number 1 to 5 are really, you're wanting some assurance about the level of care that's going to be provided to your father. Would that be a fair characterisation?
Yes. And yeah, yes.
And then at number 6, you ask for the written public health order that states that negative COVID-19 residents must stay at NH, Newmarch House, and cannot leave. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you also ask particularly, does NH have the capability stroke infrastructure and capacity to intubate residents should the need for ventilators be required?
I do.
It may be an obvious question, but why are we wanting to know that?
Well, we had heard, and as we have a paramedic in the family, he had said that the hospital in the home doesn't really have the capacity for a lot of medical machines more than anything, x-rays or ventilators, or he said the trained staff to handle outbreaks.
And do you remember when that information was given to you by your relative? Was it around?
It was
or at a
just.
later point?
Sorry?
Was it around this time or at a later
Oh,
point?
yeah, I think it was around this time because he was saying, that's why we included that, because he was saying they didn't have, unless they have the capacity to have ventilators and x-rays to check lungs and things, they don't have the same machines required as a hospital does.
I see. And the reference there that you made to hospital in the home, do you remember that when you first became aware of that as a concept?
I think probably at the beginning when they said that, when we were told about the first patients being COVID positive, we were told that they would be isolated in a section of the Newmarch, and that they would all be treated by specialist COVID teams of doctors and nurses, and that they would be completely separate, and that the staff and everything were completely separate from, and it would be called the hospital in the home, and they would be getting all the same treatment as they would in hospital. And that's when Marcelo, my brother-in-law, said, but unless they have ventilators and X-ray machines, they won't be able to cope with it. And we didn't know whether they had those or not bought in.
And that, I presume, is why you're asking the question.
That's right.
So just returning to this letter, on page 27 of tab 8C, in amongst the matters that you were asking for assurance about, just have a look at point 2. You wanted to be, one of the things you wanted ensured was that Newmarch House, in conjunction with the appropriate supporting health resources, are doing the utmost to eliminate risks that Barry cannot be exposed nor be infected by COVID. As such, all operational and medical procedures or practices are and continue to be in place to achieve this goal. And next, you wanted assurance that the physical environment of the premises is such that it's now a 100% safe zone for the residents. And next, ensuring that the growing high risks of the spreading of COVID-19 has been eliminated fully to the wings of Newmarch House. This includes cross-infections from other areas or wings of Newmarch House and or the introduction of new staff or supporting personnel. Is what you're looking for here is an assurance that the infection is not going to spread into the area that Barry was?
That's right, yeah.
He was at this point in time to your knowledge, in a room on his own, room C11 within Lawson Wing, is that right?
Correct.
And was it your understanding that he was isolated and that he was supposed to be kept inside the room?
Yes.
Did you at some point come to understand that that was not occurring?
We did.
Okay, and was there a video that drew that to your attention?
My sister videoed conversations that she'd had with him so that she could show the rest of the family. And yes, there was one of him out in the lounge room.
Okay, I'll come to that just in a moment. But in terms of the letter that I've asked you to have a look at here on the screen, this was sent on the 21st of April. This was, of course, before your dad tested positive.
Correct.
Do you remember whether you ever got a response to the issues you raised in this letter?
I think he would have responded to us, but about 8 p.m, yes, we did receive a reply. He stated that on the instruction. We did.
Do you remember whether you were ever told whether there was capacity to use ventilators or intubation? Do you remember whether that question was answered?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Do you remember whether you were ever given the assurances that you asked for in paragraphs 2 to 4 that I've taken you to?
Saying that they were doing everything that they could, and that he would be well looked after, and if it came to be that Dad turned positive.
Take you to another document. This is within volume 26 at tab 31A. It's a separate tab. And just to put this in context, this is not your document. This is an email that I understand was sent by Gavin Taylor. Now who's Gavin Taylor to you?
Gavin Taylor is my nephew.
So he's Kate's son, is that right?
Yes, he is.
And is this right, that at the time around when you're making inquiries with David Goodhue, other members of the family were also trying to find out information as well?
Yes, that's correct.
The reason why I'm showing you this email is because it's from Bradley Forsman addressed to Gavin Taylor, and it's on this issue of the public health order. Can I just ask to be shown that? It's up on the screen now.
Mm-hmm.
Volume 26.
26 at tab 31A, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can see it on screen.
Mm-hmm.
I take it you've seen that email before.
I have.
Can I just ask you this? In general terms, it's an email from Professor Forsman on this issue of the public health order, or rather the powers that might exist in relation to public health orders. Can you tell me this? When did you first become aware of that email?
I can't tell you when I was, because...
Let me ask you this. Was it prior to or after your dad's passing?
No, it was prior to Dad's passing, because we weren't, when he received this, Dad was still negative. And we were saying, and as it says, you know, they would have put an order on Dad that he would have breached, and he would have been fined $11,000 or 6 months imprisonment if we had taken him out of Newmarch.
If you can't tell me exactly the time you became aware of it,
it was soon after that.
Okay. And do you think it likely that there was some discussion in the family around this issue of whether your dad could be taken out of the home? And if not, what was stopping him being taken out of the home? Do you think that's likely?
Yes.
And
there was lots of discussions about that.
Drawing that together, prior to the point in time when your dad was actually found to be COVID positive, what was your understanding about whether you were in a position to take your dad out of the home? Do you think you could do it or not?
Before we could.
Before he became positive?
Before he became positive, we were hoping we could take him out. We didn't know whether we could, and that was what Gavin went off to find out. He followed all of that through to find out.
And after he'd followed that through, what was your understanding? What was your understanding as to whether you could take your dad out of Newmarch House?
That we could, and that there was a order. They would put an order on him and inflict a fine, and not to take him out.
Very well. You mentioned in your evidence just a moment ago about becoming aware that your dad was not remaining in his room, and you mentioned a video that was taken.
That's right.
Okay, what I might do is we'll see if we can have that played on screen in a moment. As that's being organised, do you recall the circumstances when you became aware of that? You mentioned that your sister sent you.
Yes, my sister told me about it pretty much that day, I think, saying that, asking if I knew that Dad was out in the room, and as you will see in the video, that the nurse, she asked the nurse whether it was all right for him. He shouldn't be out there. It's lockdown, and she says, "Oh, it'll be all right. There's nobody else out here."
All right, I might just ask for it to be played on screen at the moment. Can we arrange that? Okay.
To you. Chloe and Lexi say hello, and so does Madden and Asha. You know the little kids? The pictures in your bedroom.
I can't work it out what's going on.
That's all right, Pa. You sleeping well?
Sleeping well, yes.
You been watching TV?
Not the same. I don't think so today.
Not today.
Not today. But we're getting there.
You've spoken to Mary on the phone?
I didn't answer.
You spoke to Mary on the phone?
Spoke to Mary on the phone?
Yep. You've spoken to Mary?
Well, that's it. I don't know.
You just spoke to her.
I'm 6 for one and half a dozen the other.
That's all right, Pa. So is he allowed out of the room now?
Not really. There's no one out here. Everyone's in their room.
So he comes.
That's the only reason.
So he comes up and sits in his chair. You like your chair, don't you, Dad? You watch everything going on.
All right. That's the main thing.
All right. Well, we'll be put on a list.
You're waiting for lunch now.
All right. Well, we're going to talk to you again very soon.
Didn't get that.
She'll talk to you again very soon.
Oh, yes, okay.
You look after yourself, Dad.
I do the best I can.
And do what they tell you to do.
Do what they tell you to do.
Pardon?
Do what they tell you.
Be a good boy. Love you, Dad.
Up to a point.
I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Is that fairly typical of your dad's humour?
Yeah.
Just a couple of things about the video. One, he appeared to be sitting in front of a calendar board.
Yes.
Is that something, to your knowledge, is within Newmarch House at some point?
That is in the lounge room, in the Lawson wing. And that chair is right next to, the calendar is right next to the door, the area where you go down towards his room. Mm-hmm.
And is it at one end of the corridor near to, well, it's in the lounge area of the corridor?
Yes.
And his room is at the other end of the corridor, at the
right
top
at the
end.
very end, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the calendar, it appeared to show the date of the 20th of April, Monday the 20th of April 2020.
Yeah.
And does that accord with your recollection that it was sent to you on or around that date by your sister?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so this was at a point prior to him being found to be COVID positive?
Oh, yes, yeah.
And yet after the lockdown was imposed?
Yes.
And after the point in time when you understood the residents were isolating in their rooms?
Yes.
Just drawing that together, on receiving that copy of the video, did that raise concerns with you?
Well, yes, because thinking that, if nurses and stuff that were in COVID, apparatus or stuff, we were worried because we thought that if any of the staff or whatever had been out there that were dealing with the COVID patients, it could quite easily, at that time we didn't know whether it was on surfaces or how you could catch it. So
I'm right. You were concerned about a risk of infection for your dad.
Of course, yes.
Okay. And drawing that together with what you learned in your discussions with Mr. Goodhue and also with the information that Gavin obtained
yes.
From Professor Forsman,
yes.
Your understanding was that you weren't in a position to take Barry out of the home?
No.
Am I right?
Yeah.
And how did that make you feel at that point in time?
Angry, especially seeing that he wasn't getting the best care because he was in there and it could have been cross-infection. If he could have picked it up from, furnishings or from other staff members being in there, not necessarily other residents, because everyone was supposed to be in their rooms in lockdown. But if the staff and stuff were out there or had been sitting there or whatever, and then he's sitting there or didn't know how long he'd been there for. So, yeah, if he, like a cross-contamination was our grave concern.
I just want to move forward to the next point, which is in the coming days, prior again to Barry testing positive for COVID, did he become aware that he may have developed a UTI?
Yes.
And was it your understanding he received some antibiotics for that?
He did.
And was it also your understanding that he had been reviewed by a nurse in relation to that?
Yes.
You've told us in your statement it was never confirmed to you that you had actually picked up a UTI.
Still hasn't.
But nonetheless, that was something that you were made aware of as part of his care.
Yes.
At this period of time.
Yes.
Okay.
It was thought to be, and I think that they took a sample, a urine sample to determine, and they were worried about not having Keflex on site, and she had to go to a different office to try and find some. She found some. I even offered to send the prescription to another chemist and I'll go up and get it and deliver it if they needed to, because even just waiting till morning was too long for a UTI. No medication on a UTI.
I just want to ask you also about Barry's advanced care plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll again ask this to be shown on the screen. If you have a look in the volume next to you behind tab 10, you'll see, so this is volume 8, tab 10, you'll see a copy of the advanced care plan we have available that appears to be dated the 16th of June 2019, or certainly that's when you signed it. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the creation of this document. Do you have that document in front of you? Perhaps the court officer can assist.
I have mine. I have my copy.
Just to be sure, I'll just get the version that's in the brief in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognise that to be a document that you had a hand in creating?
Yes, I did.
It bears your signature on the second page, 16th of June 2019, is that right?
It does.
And just tell me about the Creationist document. How did it actually come into being? Were you given a form?
I was given the forms, yes.
Was that by somebody within Newmarch House?
Yes, it was.
Was it in or around June of 2019 you received that form?
I think I went to ask about anything I needed to do, as my husband and I were travelling overseas for 8 weeks. I needed something in place that if something happened to Dad, I wanted the funeral to be held and when we came back. I wanted my sister to be the contact. And prior to this, my sister always had trouble when she rang up to find out how Dad was or anything else, that they always said they never had any phone numbers or anything for her. I'm afraid they did, but I wanted something in writing to say that she was to be contacted and she was to be notified while we were away.
So is this right, that because you were going on, you were travelling, you wanted to make sure there were arrangements in place while you were away? Is that right?
That's correct.
And we have an advanced care plan form. Did somebody from Newmarch House go through the form with you when it was completed, or did you take it away and have your own discussions?
We took it away and had our own discussions because I wanted to discuss it with my sister.
Okay.
I knew what Dad wanted. He didn't want to be resuscitated, so that's the DNR.
Okay, just pausing there. If we look on the first page of this document, it's got a number of tick boxes.
Yes.
And the first one that's ticked is, I do not want cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So that's not wanting CPR.
Yes.
And were the other matters also things that, to your knowledge, your dad did or did not want? In other words, it reflected his wishes?
Yes, they were.
So one thing is, do not wish to be kept alive by being fed artificially. Do you see that?
Yes.
Next, he did want to receive oral antibiotics.
Yes.
Although he understood the intravenous administration of antibiotics may require transfer to hospital.
Yes.
And the last box that's ticked on this first page of the document, I do want to be transferred to hospital if medically indicated.
Correct.
Was that consistent with his wishes as at June 2019?
Yes, it was.
And
I'd had discussions with my father prior to him going. When he moved to our home, I wanted to have legal things put in place, and I'd had them again when he was moving to Newmarch House.
Okay. And just have a look over the page and help us out with this, please, because there's a number of guidelines, requests, and other matters relating to the funeral on this page. But you see there's some words in the margin in the final box of the page, after September 10th, 2019. Can you just explain what that box means? It says next to it, please call Mary before sending him to hospital to evaluate treatment. I think it says at hospital admission in accordance with his condition.
Because my husband and I were to return by that date.
Okay, so does that mean the 10th of September 2019 was when you expected to be back in the country?
Correct.
So does the text next to that indicate your instructions after that point in time?
Correct.
Because you'd be back in the country and you could be contacted about those arrangements.
Correct.
So is everything written on this form, in summary, done at or about the 16th of June 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And the arrangements as set out in this form, do you say they remained yours and Barry's wishes going forward after that point in time?
Absolutely.
To your knowledge, did they ever change?
No.
I'm going to move on to other matters, Your Honour. I know the time, it may be convenient.
Yes. Ms Van Put, we're going to take a break for morning tea now, and we'll pick up your evidence after that break. We'll resume at 12 o'clock.
hearing's all stand. The coroner's court now resumes.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Anna. Ms. Van Putt, I've been asking you questions about... Sorry, apologies. I'm ahead of myself. I think there are some people missing.
Ah.
I'll just pause, Your Honour, for a
Thank you.
I might do some.
Yeah.
Just one. Your Honour, just while we're waiting for people to come into court,
Yes.
I received an email from Ms Furness, Senior Counsel for the Commonwealth, asking to be excused this week, noting that Ms Davidson will be appearing on her behalf. She's already raised that matter with you this morning, but that's for the entirety of the week.
Yes, very
I've been
well.
asked to relay that to Your Honour.
Thank you very much. There's no difficulty with that.
Your Honour, I think we're ready to proceed.
Yes, I can see Ms Richardson coming in now.
Thank you, Ms Van Putt. I'm going to move to the point in time when you first were notified that your dad was COVID positive. You deal with this in your statement at paragraph 59. Do you still have a copy of your statement there? Turn to page 9, please, and have a look at paragraph 59, where you tell us that at about 10:18 in the evening, you called Dr. Manoj, who was a doctor on call at Newmarch House, after a missed call from him. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you relay in that paragraph the conversation that you had with Dr. Manoj. You've given us an exact time there in your statement. How is it that you were able to give the time of 10:18 that you made that call?
My daughter had received a phone call saying that she just needed, she received a phone call and saying that I needed to call Newmarch House and giving me a phone number to do so.
Did you make some notes near the time of this call?
Yes, I had notes.
Was that in the log that you previously referred to in your evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and you've got that in front of you now?
I do.
Okay, well, to the extent you need to make reference to that, what's your own recollection like at this stage of how that conversation went?
Able to...
Yeah, what do you remember being told, first of all, about your dad's COVID status?
Dad had COVID. He was asymptomatic. He was doing well. Dr. Manoj mentioned Manoj.
If we say Dr. Manoj, I think it's Dr. Manoj Dharmaratnam is his full name, and I think you knew him as Dr. Manoj. Is that right?
I confirmed that Dad had tested positive to COVID-19. He advised all his vitals are good, blood pressure 110 over 67, temperature 36.7, oxygen level was 96. He told me Dad was feeling at ease, no discomfort, and was communicating well and was quite cheerful. At the time, Dad was deemed asymptomatic and required no medication to be administered, given that his vital signs were normal.
Pause in there. I think you asked a number of questions of Dr. Manoj at that point. Is that right?
We asked a number of questions of Dr. Manoj. Answered in relation to the care of Dad moving forward now that he had been diagnosed as positive. I was advised that Dad would now be looked after the COVID nursing team. He would stay in his room under a lockdown status as of tonight. There would be now a 2-week period time of further assessing and to see if any other issues arise.
Thank you, Ms. Van Putt. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask to be put on screen a copy of the note that Dr. Manoj Dharmaratnam made of this call. So that's same volume, volume 8, tab 11A, and it's page 80, please. You have a copy in the folder that's to your left-hand side there, if you want to follow it. I wonder if the court officer could assist. So if we turn up tab 11A, please, and using the page numbers in the bottom right-hand corner, just have a look at page 80, please. And that's also on screen now.
Thank you. Yes.
It's tab 11A, page 80, within volume 8.
We have it.
Do you have that document in front of you now? This is an entry we understand entered at about 10:30 p.m. that evening by Dr. Manoj, and it's his note in effect of the same call you've just described. He says, among other things, this, contacted his daughter, Ms. Mary Van Put, yourself, informed her that her father's COVID-19 tests has turned out to be positive, explained to her that he will be treated at the facility symptomatically. We also have the, quote, hospital at the home team who would be monitoring her mother, it says there, progress and managing any eventuality if and when it occurs. He then gives a number of observations, and it then says, about the middle of that entry, the following. I did speak about comfort care and oxygen therapy if required. First of all, do you remember a conversation to that effect, that Dr. Manoj was talking about your father receiving comfort care, first of all?
First of all, we were in shock. After Dad and his Catholic, after his UTI thing, he hadn't been so well. On the Friday, he was up, dressed, perky, joking, and had a great photo and a bit of a joke. To get this that night, it was quite shocking. Being woken up to take the phone call, I was not in a good way. I remember the phone call, and I remember saying that. Sorry, I went off.
The question I have for you is, it's quite all right. I take from your answer that you were pretty shocked to receive this call.
We were absolutely shocked.
And also, would this be right? Worried about your dad's health?
More than worried, yes. Devastated.
Of course. And given those circumstances, let me ask you if this is fair. Do you think that is... do you think you have a clear recollection of the conversation or not?
Yes, I do, because I know for certain that we weren't asked about, as per his advanced care plan, we wanted him comfortable at home, being Newmarch, until the need for hospital treatment required, and then we would wanted him to go to hospital, as per his plans.
Very well. And there's another conversation that you had with Dr. the following day, do you recall?
I do.
Before I come on to that, given that there were those two conversations, one on the evening of the 24th and one on the afternoon of the 25th, let me ask you this. Have you a clear recollection about each of those conversations independently, or is there a chance you've confused the two conversations together? What do you say?
My notes were written each night, or each day as it was happening, or after it happened.
And when you...
So there was nothing transported over, no.
And relevantly, the note you took in relation to the 24th of April evening call, was that made fairly soon in time after it occurred?
Yes, it was.
And do you think it's a reliable account of what was discussed in that call?
Yes, it was, because it was a very important phone call, and my husband and I wanted to make sure that we had the right information when we were to portray to the family as well, to let everybody know. And yeah, as shocked as we were, we just needed to have points down. We knew at this time.
You've got a copy of your own notes of this.
My log, yes.
Is that right, in your log? I might just ask you to turn up Friday the 4th of April 2020. I've got some copies of this.
The 24th?
24th of April, this is the call in question. I'll just provide some copies to my friends.
Thank you.
Your Honour, this document is not in the brief, but the witness has produced this and brought it with her today.
Yes.
I might ask for Your Honour to be provided a copy as well.
Thank you.
Now, I won't go through the whole note
Your Honour, can I just raise a procedural issue?
Yes.
I'll take my mask off. I don't know where this is going. I don't act for this doctor. I can't act for this doctor as an independent private practitioner. But if it's, I don't know where my friend's heading with this, but should this doctor actually be represented?
Mr. Harris.
He is represented, Your Honour. He's not a person who's been advised of sufficient interest at this stage. I think in direct response to my friend's question, I'm trying to elicit from this witness her best recollection of this discussion, which is also a matter that the doctor can later comment on. But that's the extent of the focus of my questions.
Yes, all right.
I don't know if that causes my friend or anybody else a difficulty, but certainly Dr. Dharmaratnam is represented in these proceedings. He's not been advised of sufficient interest, but I think he's been assisted with the preparation of a statement, I think is the assistance that he's been given.
Yes, all right. Thank you.
It causes me no issue. I just felt that I should say something.
Yes, thank you for that.
Just turning to this document, this man put, so the entry of the 24th of April 2014, there's a number of entries here, but the one that commences Mary called at 10:18 p.m. Does that relate to your the call that we've just been discussing? I'm not going to take you through the whole thing. It includes a number of matters, including test results, vital signs, and then a number of questions you asked. But I haven't been able to see anything in this entry relating to a discussion around the advanced care plan in particular. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you think there was a discussion around the advanced care plan?
Not so much about the advanced care plan, just a DNR more than anything, and keep him comfortable. And if he had to go to hospital, that was it. There was no. I don't think it was advanced care plan said. It was just a discussion about keeping him comfortable at Newmarch House, and if he needed to go to hospital. And he said, "Oh, but he has no symptoms. He's asymptomatic at the moment."
And in terms of that discussion, sorry, you mentioned that acronym DNR. Is that do not resuscitate?
Do not resuscitate.
And in terms of that discussion you've just described, that's your recollection now of what occurred in the phone call. Would you agree with me there's nothing in your note in relation to that particular discussion about transfer to hospital during this call on the 24th of April?
No.
Sorry, you're agreeing with me?
No results of it, yes.
Okay, just moving forward to the next day, so the 25th of April, I take it, first of all, given the shock that that event was, finding out your dad was COVID positive, you contacted other members of your family, I take it, including your sister Kate, and you discussed what was going to happen in broad terms, is that right? And the following day, did you again have contact with Dr. Manoj, Dr. Dharmaratnam, at about midday that day?
Yes.
If we can turn that up on the screen, so it's the following page in the notes, which is page 81. And for reference, you refer to this particular discussion at paragraph 62 of your statement, if that assists. First of all, is it right that Dr. Manoj called you at about 12 or 12:30 that day?
Yes, he did.
And was there a short discussion between you and he about what steps were going to be taken in relation to your dad's care?
Yes, there was.
Did he mention that morphine was going to be ordered to make your dad more comfortable?
Sorry, I'm just... Sorry, this was on the Saturday, the 25th.
Saturday the 25th. So have a look at your...
And then the 12:30 phone call, yes.
Yeah. So have a look at your statement of paragraph 62. Do you have that in front of you?
I don't have paragraphs on. Oh, sorry, I do. Yes.
So you've got paragraph 62. Can you see at about 12:30 p.m. Dr.
Yes.
Manoj called?
Yes. Started a conversation.
You see in the second line.
Yes.
Morphine would be ordered to make your dad more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And then you then say at some point the conversation turned to dad being DNR, do not resuscitate.
Yes.
What's your recollection of what Dr. Manoj said in relation to that issue?
He was, as I recall, I think he was saying that to make him comfortable at the home and trying to deter from hospital, taking him to hospital. And at that point, then I think it was that I wanted my sister involved in this conversation. As he said, Dr. Sharma will be involved as well.
Okay. Because you said that about your sister, is this what happened? That a conference call was started?
Yes.
Did that involve your sister, Kate?
It did.
Did it also involve, to your knowledge, Dr. Sharma?
It did.
And did Dr. Manoj remain online?
It did. That was a completely different call.
A completely different call. So one call ended and another one started, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Was there then a discussion between all those people about what was going to happen in relation to your dad?
Yes.
And did that discussion include the issue of the advanced care plan?
There was a lot more other questions happening at that time, and I don't think advanced care plan was mentioned at that time.
Okay. What I want to do is just to show you the note that we understand Dr. Manoj Dharmaratnam made of this call. So up on the screen at the moment, and if you need to have a look at the hard copy, it's the next page in those notes, page 81. Within tab 11A of volume 8.
Yes, I have it.
You have that in front of you? I don't need to go through the whole thing, but you see during this discussion on the 25th of April, it says, informed her about her father's new diagnosis of him being positive for COVID-19, discussed about the advanced care plan, and then it says the following: he is not for resuscitation, ionotropes, intubation, ventilation, or hospital. It says transfer. I think that should mean transfer. They would want comfort care measures in place in the event of her father's deteriorating. And then it goes on to mention a number of concerns that you had. I just want to ask you about that first part. Do you remember there being, first of all, a discussion with Dr. Dharmaratnam, Dr. Manoj, about the advanced care plan during either of these calls on the 25th of April?
The first call, when he rang us, and it was just my husband and I on the phone, he was talking about the hospital comfort of in hospital in the home, the care for the hospital in the home. And we said that we would want him to be made comfortable as much as possible in the home, but if it was required, we wanted him to go to hospital as per his advanced care plan. And at that time, it seemed like he said the Dr. Sharma should be involved in this conversation. I was like, being cut off.
So do you remember any comment being made to this effect that he, that is your father, is not for resuscitation, first of all?
That he said or I said?
That it says, discussed about the advanced care plan. He is not for resuscitation, ionotropes, intubation or ventilation or hospital.
I don't know about the ionotropes.
Okay.
About resuscitation, DNR, and about going to hospital, yes. Okay. It wasn't put under advanced care plan. That wasn't mentioned. It was just about comfort as he progressed. If he ended up with symptoms and he was unwell, we wanted comfort in the home until the need for him to go to hospital, and we wanted him taken to hospital if that was what was medically required.
Very well. I asked you before the break about the advance care plan.
Yes.
Do you remember the box that was ticked regarding going to hospital?
Yes.
And do you remember any reference being made to that part of the advance care plan, or the advance care plan, in fact, at all during this conversation?
Sorry, not as an advanced care plan, just the plan of what we wanted done. And I was the one that said, as per his advanced care plan.
Again, you made notes of this call, that is the call with Dr. Dharmaratnam and indeed the teleconference. Yes. Did you make those soon after those events occurred?
This is on the Saturday?
Yes.
Yes, there was a lot going on that Saturday, yes.
Have you?
As there was a lot going on the Friday, yes.
Have you got a copy of the log that you
yes.
you referred to earlier? Have you got the entry for the 25th of April 2020?
Yes.
There's a number of entries, as you say, there's a lot going on. So there's a number of entries before we get to this call. Do you see in about the middle of the page, it says received call from Dr. Manjo, brackets, who broke the news to us last night around 12:30 p.m.
Yes.
Does that then amount to your note of this call made soon after it occurred?
About 12:30, yes.
And
sorry, yeah, I'm on the, yes.
Just have a look through that as much as you need to. Do you see any reference to, first of all, an advanced care plan in your notes?
No.
Okay, and do you also see any reference to a discussion about whether or not your father would be transferred to hospital or the circumstances of that?
No.
Nonetheless, your recollection of this conversation is that there was a discussion about those issues. Am I right?
There was a discussion with Dr.
Manoj?
Manoj, I'm sorry about that. In the conversation prior to Dr. Sharma.
Thank you. In terms of that call with Dr. Sharma, do you recall much about that aspect of the call and the sort of things that you discussed?
Not so much. My sister was asking a lot of medical questions as her partner was the paramedic.
Understood. And we still have the note of the note made by Dr. Manoj on the screen in relation to that conference call. Is this consistent with your memory that there was a discussion about Barry having spiked a temperature overnight and then wanting to talk about what steps will be taken in response in terms of their treatment of Barry? Does that accord with your recollection? And if you don't have a clear recollection...
I don't have a clear recollection about that, but I thought that, I recall that later that day, that afternoon, we had a phone call from one of the nurses, and it didn't correspond with with his update as to what Dr. Sharma had said. And they were saying that he got worse this afternoon, but he was fine earlier during the night. So.
Understood. I'm finished with that document, thank you. I just want to ask you, just generally thinking back over those conversations that you had with Dr. Manoj and also with Dr. Sharma, after you'd had those conversations on, by this time, the 25th of April, what was your understanding, your own understanding, as to what the plan was in relation to going to hospital regarding your father?
That if he became symptoms, that if he got symptoms and it progressed, that he would be made as comfortable as possible until the time needed for him to go to hospital or ventilators or whatever.
In that respect, was there any change from your perspective to what was written in the advanced care plan the year in June? I was
under the understanding that if you had an advanced care plan, that you signed it, and that was the only way that it would be changed again, that it would need to be signed again to change. And my understanding was he would be looked after in the home, made comfortable until a time, if he needed to go to hospital, he would be taken to hospital as per his advanced care plan.
Thank you. I just want to ask you about what happened next in the days that followed. So on the 25th of April, you've had the discussions that we've been talking about. Did you later become made aware that your dad's breathing was becoming affected and he needed to have some oxygen?
I wasn't. My sister was told.
Okay, and you found out through her, is that what occurred? And did you find out on the morning of the 26th of April that he hadn't had a very good night, and in particular the oxygen saturations appeared to be going down?
Yes, we had. It appeared to go down. I think that was the time when the nurse went in, the oxygen prongs were out, and his oxygen level was down to either 86 or 88. As soon as they put the oxygen levels back in, it went back up to in the 90s.
And you refer to these matters in your statement. Were you also able to have video or FaceTime calls with your father over the following days?
My sister did. I think I had one phone call, FaceTime, but he was sleepy. He'd been eaten, he'd fed, he was drowsy and sleepy. So, but my sister did, and that was a lot of the, because of the communication, she hadn't been getting a lot of phone calls and stuff. So I said, look, just phone my sister, let her have a FaceTime and things so that she could finally see Dad. And she was the one that got to see Dad because she didn't have a lot of phone calls or anything from Newmarch, so she could FaceTime or anything else with him.
And that call you had, I think you tell us about this in paragraph 79 of your statement, that was a nurse, I think it's Ursula,
Ursula.
Yeah, and she took a FaceTime video of your dad, although he happened to be sleeping at the time, is that right?
I'm sorry?
She took a FaceTime video or started a FaceTime conversation with your father, but he was sleeping at the time. Is that what occurred?
Is this on the night before?
Yes.
I didn't have a FaceTime. I was just on the phone. She went down, she took the phone down to try and get a FaceTime. He just had his obs done, and Gordon, the nurse, had said that he felt like he had looked after him for a few nights. He felt that he wasn't as good as he was the night before, but he was still, still okay, sort of thing. He just finished with the obs. She went in and he was sound asleep. She was putting on all the PPE stuff, and she was talking to me as she was doing that outside. I could hear all the crinkling and everything else. And it took quite a while for her to put it all on and everything. And she went in and he was sound asleep. His obs were very good. And she said, yeah, Gordon's nurse had came into the office while I was speaking with Ursula. He just completed Dad's obs, advised that Dad's temperature was 37, his pulse was 94, and his BP 125/66. Sugars were 18. His oxygen levels were 86. I spoke to Gordon, and he told me that he looked a bit worse than than last night, but he was more comfortable.
Very well. And was it at that point that Ursula asked?
And then Ursula, if I could see Dad again, yes.
Did she?
And she walked down to Dad's.
And did she discover that he was asleep at that point?
Yes.
Your father died in the early hours of the following morning.
Yep.
Is that right? And I just want to ask you about the circumstances in which you became aware of that. Did you receive a call at about 3:36 on the morning of the 28th of April?
I did.
And that must have been a terrible shock for you.
It was a terrible shock. I was speaking with Ursula the night before, and the night previous to that, she had said that she had done a decade of the Rosary with other patients, and I said, "Oh, would you do that with my dad, please?" Because he was a devout Catholic, and that would give him peace. And I told her where his rosary beads were and everything, and evidently she had gone in and done a decade of the Rosary with him, and she got called away. And when she went back, still she said we mumbled through together, but I knew what he was saying, and we both knew what he was saying. And she said she was called away, and then she put the PPE stuff back on and went back in, and that's when he passed.
And when sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
But and when she rang me, she was crying. She says, "We did not see this coming." And the previous night, she was very, very comforting when she was speaking to me. She told me about that Dad was chatting on about being a signalman and all his classical music and stuff like that. And that's when I told her about the classical music was just on his computer. If you did this and this, you could put it on. And she had done that the next night. And she said, "I've got good feelings about him." She says, "There's not too many patients that would still be eating 3 meals a day," because Dad did like his food. So, and he'd had three meals even that day. She said, and when the oxygen was in, he was good and he was sleeping. There was no cough. He was sleeping. I didn't think there was a cough, but he was sleeping well and peaceful.
During that call, I think Ursula told you something to the effect that it had happened so quickly. Is that right?
Yes.
I've been asking a number of questions about the events that occurred. Two things you've raised in your statement I just want to note. One is that you have a concern that your dad wasn't reviewed by a doctor at any point after the COVID positive diagnosis. Am I right? Mm-hmm. That's one of your concerns?
Yeah.
And another one was whether or not he received any morphine in that period prior to his death. Mm. And I don't need to take you to the notes, but you'd agree the notes are going to assist us in terms of identifying when the doctors attended him, and indeed if and when morphine was administered. Would you agree?
One would think, yes.
Is there anything else that you want to say in terms of your experience of your dad having COVID within Newmarch House that you haven't been able to tell us about already?
There was also in notes mentioned that he had Rulide, which is a medication which I wasn't told about. I don't know if he had any other medications for. In some of the notes, I read that they had started end of life care or medications. What were they? I never, in speaking about my dad, end of life was never ever mentioned. It was morphine was ordered to have on hand to make him more comfortable at night time, if required. And I don't remember even being told whether he had it or not.
That is the morphine.
The morphine. I would say he'd still have his diabetic medication and his regular medication prior to COVID, but during that time, I don't know of anything else other than morphine and oxygen. We were told he would have oxygen prongs on if that was required as well, which my sister saw on the Saturday for the first time.
Thank you, Ms. Van Putt. Those are the questions for me. Just before I complete, I'll tender those 2 pages from the logbook subject to objection, Your Honour.
Yes, thank you. Have the legal representatives appearing remotely received the version of the extract?
No, they haven't. So perhaps I'll ask it to be marked at this stage, Your Honour, and I'll have them done.
Yes, very well. Well, in that case, then the extract from Ms Van Put's log will be MFI-A.
Sorry, the other thing was I never received a reply about the UTI.
And that was a matter I asked you about during the evidence. I think it was around the 22nd of April. You were told that he may have had an UTI.
And he was on Keflex for it, yes.
And that's an antibiotic, is that right?
Yes, it is. Okay. And on the Friday, we saw him looking better. That's what I said. He's had the Keflex into him. He's looking a lot better. He's sitting up having a joke. He was dressed. He was sitting on the end of the bed and having a little joke and everything. And I took that photo and sent it around to all the family saying he's doing well in there because we had so many family concerns and everything else. And when I sent it around, so many well wishes and everything for him because he was looking good, even though he didn't have his glasses on, but he's still looking good and a bit of a smirk on his face. So that was good. And that was the Friday. And then that night he was obviously positive then because we got that phone call that night.
Ms Van Putt, thank you. Those are the questions from me. Oh, sorry, I'll pause there a moment. Would you want to excuse me a moment?
Yes.
I wonder if the one matter I just want to ask you about, the conversation that occurred on the 25th of April. Can we just briefly go back, please, to tab 11A within volume 8, please? This was page 81. Yes. Commences on page 81. I just want to take you to an entry on page 82. And just to put this in context, you said in your evidence there was one call with Dr. Manoj and then a separate call which involved yourself and also your sister and Dr. Sharma, as well as Dr. Manoj, correct?
And my husband and Marcelo, my sisters.
So all those members of the family were on the call, and your husband's name's John. Just have a look at page 82 of these notes, please. And in the third paragraph, Mr. John, it says that they have had a few verbal assurances, and then it goes on, but he sees that the operational issues are still compromised. And then in the next paragraph, it says this: he agrees that the medical issues are new to all of us. All he is wanting is for his father-in-law to be cared for and medical services initiated when required. So as I read the note, it looks like that's John speaking. Doing the best you can. Do you recall a conversation to that effect? That is, your husband saying words to that effect during this call?
At the moment, no, but
a discussion in terms to the effect that all your husband was wanting is for Barry to be cared for and medical services initiated when required. Do you remember something to that effect being said?
Not in that way.
Very well. Do you have, let me put it another way, do you have any reason to doubt that words to that effect were said by your husband during this conversation?
I cannot remember the exact words, so no, I couldn't say them. Just that we wanted the best care for him medically, whether that be we wanted the best medical care that could be given at Anglicare, Newmarch House, until the need for more advanced care or more care, if it was ventilators or whatever, were needed, and Newmarch House couldn't provide that, that if he had to go to hospital, that's what we wanted. Medical assistance, medical services, like x-rays or ventilators or whatever. If that's required, hospital's the only place that's got it.
Ms. Van Poort, thank you. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Van Poort, I'm just going to check with the other lawyers whether they might have any questions for you. Ms. Clarke on the remote connection, did you have any questions to ask Ms. Van Poort?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, did you have any questions?
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson, did you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, do you have any questions to ask Ms. Van Poort?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Richardson, any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Well, in that case then, Ms. Van Poort, thank you very much for coming today. That completes your evidence and you're welcome to leave the witness box. Thank you very much.
There's some further statements to tender.
Yes.
Just identify each of these for the record. And my understanding is that each of these documents has been circulated to the interested parties.
Thank you.
The first document is the statement of Melinda Burns, dated 21 July 2022.
Yes.
The second document is the public order excuse me for a moment. Get its title properly. Public Health, in parentheses, COVID-19 Residential Aged Care Facilities, close parentheses, Order 2020, which was issued under the Public Health Act. And that is the public order that was in place at the time of the outbreak.
Yes.
Thirdly, a statement of Anne Wunsch, W-U-N-S-C-H, dated 25 July 2022. Fourthly, a statement of Emma Cardwell, dated 24 July 2022. Fifth, a supplementary statement of Dr. Mohammed Kakat, surname spelled K-A-K-K-A-T, dated 25 July 2022. And finally, a statement of Hayley Carpen, Hayley spelled H-A-I-L-E-Y, Carpen, C-A-R-P-E-N, dated 26 July 2022. I tender that material.
Thank you. Ms. Clarke, do you have an objection to the tender of that further material?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, any objection?
No, Your Honour.
Ms. Davidson, any objection?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any objection?
There's no objection, but in the CAT statement, we need to make a correction because we've placed the wrong reference to a volume and tab number, but we'll deal with that with my friend.
I see. Very well. Thank you. And Ms. Richardson, any objection to that tender of that material?
No, Your Honour.
All right. Thank you. Well, in that case, then, that material collectively will be Exhibit 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is Mr. Glenn Billinghurst, and Ms. Martois will be questioning
Thank you.
Billinghurst.
Thank you, Your Honour. Before I do that, could I just have a document marked for identification, which is the type statement that Miss Clarke, which I read onto the record from Miss Clarke?
Yes, certainly. That will be MFI-B.
Yes, I call Glenn Billinghurst.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Mr Billinghurst, could you just state for the court your full name?
Glenn Eric Billinghurst.
And you are the son of Blanche Billinghurst?
Correct.
You have one brother, Paul.
Or older brother Paul.
You've prepared a statement for the coroner dated the 21st of September 2020.
Correct.
And throughout that statement, there are references to mobile numbers, times and dates. Did you have the assistance of some other document in recording those details?
I downloaded my telephone logs of that period so I could try to match them up to the phone calls.
And were you assisted also by your daughter, Christy?
Yes, Christy helped me a great deal with this.
And she, in fact, was present on the 3 visits that you made to your mother just before she died?
She was present on all the visits, and she was present at the police interview as well. So, yeah, she was with me the whole period of this, leading up to this.
Mr Billinghurst, your mother was entered into Newmarch in 2018, in March of 2018, or just shortly after that?
Yes.
And prior to that, she had been living independently at home?
Yes, she was.
She had a lot of contact with you, and you assisted her in a number of things?
Yeah, she had help from departments to give her aid at home as well. So she was cleaning services and other services provided to her.
And she had an unfortunate fall early in the morning, in the early hours of the morning.
Early hours of the morning, I was at work at that time. I do shift work, and she had a vita call around her neck, and she had it on at the time, but she chose not to activate it because she didn't want to bother anyone at that time in the morning. So I was on my way home from work by the time she activated and got the call. So I was there shortly after she activated it and found her on the floor, not able to move. And I called the ambulance straight away, and they came and took her to Nepean Hospital, and their opinion, she'd been there for several hours before they attended site.
And so is that the type of woman that your mother was, that she'd rather lie there for a few hours?
She thought about everyone else except herself.
When she came into Newmarch House, is it the case that there was a description or a diagnosis of her having vascular dementia?
Yes.
And can you just give us a little bit of an idea as to how your mother's cognition was?
It mainly affected her short-term memory. Her long-term memory seemed fine and intact. She had no problem recognising family members or friends. But her short-term memory is quite ordinary.
I understand that she was an avid reader.
Yes, she was. She did read most of her life. I think it tapered off at the end, but she loved her TV as well.
But in April of 2020, was your mother still somebody who was capable of making decisions for herself?
That was April, did you say? That's the time of the COVID, is it?
Before the outbreak. Before the outbreak.
She was wanted to be consulted with or have family with her to help her make these decisions, but she was quite capable. She knew what she wanted. Yeah.
And in terms of her physical health, in the months preceding the outbreak?
She had a few issues. She suffered from dry eyes. She always had an irritation around her eyes. She was becoming more frail. because I took her out at least once a week, and it was becoming a little more difficult each time to get her in and out of the car.
In terms of her mobility?
Yeah, in terms of mobility, because she had a weakness in the legs, because she'd had surgery on legs after a previous fall.
And did she need a frame to assist her with walking?
Yes, she did.
Could she move around her room independently?
She moved around her room and she did some exercises going up the hallway and back with assistance. But she was pretty exhausted when she finished those exercises.
Is it the case that she did need assistance to get out of bed?
I think that depended on the time. I think maybe she could get out of bed at times, but not repeatedly. I think on occasion she probably did get herself out, but in general she needed assistance.
It was safest, I take it, for her to have
safer,
assistance.
Yes.
And in the period before the outbreak, was it the case that you were there 2 or 3 times a week at Newmarch?
Yeah, at least. And so was Christy. Christy was there, not at the same time. We turned up independently of each other and sometimes came up at the same time. But she got regular visits, and you got visits from other family members less frequently. Had cousins and turn up as well.
Were you also able to communicate with her by mobile phone, or did she have a landline?
We
tried. Was she of that generation who didn't engage overly with the mobile phone?
No, it confused her a little bit on how to answer the mobile phone and all that. And you'd occasionally be lucky that there'd be an assistant in the room at the same time, take the call. And sometimes we organised that they would make a call for us.
You, as a family, she had experienced lockdowns previously, is that right, when there was an influenza outbreak?
Yeah, there were lockdowns previously.
And do you remember the length of time that those lockdowns generally lasted?
I'd only be guessing off the top of my head, but they were lengthy enough to make her distressed.
1 to 2 weeks?
I'd say so. I'm sure that's on the record how long they were.
And in terms of long enough to make her distressed, in what way? How did it impact on her?
It was very important that she had family coming to see her on a regular basis, and not being able to get out made her distressed as well. She really enjoyed her outings and getting her coffee out.
She was certainly, the company she enjoyed the most was the company of her family.
Absolutely.
Be fair to say?
Yes.
After the lockdown in March of 2020, your statement outlines you as a family having received a number of emails from Anglicare.
Yes, we did.
And you've listed there the dates. I think I'll give it to you in a summary form. The 23rd of March, the 12th of April, the 14th of April, the 15th of April, the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th and 22 April were dates on which you received emails from Anglicare.
Yes, that would be correct.
And would it be fair to describe those emails as generic? Namely, they were emails sent to all of the families.
Absolutely generic, yes.
Did you feel after receiving those emails that you had any better understanding as to the specific care being delivered to your mother?
Absolutely not.
After the lockdown, namely when you weren't permitted to go in, did you see your mother again?
Yes, we did. We had 3 visits during lockdown.
Coming back a step, prior to those in-person visits, were there occasions where you would speak to your mother through her window?
Yes, we did. Because Mum was positioned on the corner of the building next to the car park, we had very easy access to her room from the outside.
And how often do you think you had an opportunity to speak to her through the window? Was it an open window?
We went quite regularly because we knew she was quite distressed. So every day or two we were trying to turn up and reassure her.
In your statement at paragraph 24, you make mention to an occasion when you saw a meal being delivered, not eaten, and then taken away.
Yes, we witnessed exactly that, a meal being put down in front of her and left there for maybe an hour, and it was the staff member came back, removed it, and it hadn't been touched. We were trying to encourage Mum to take on food. There's only so much you can do on the other side of the window.
What was your understanding prior to the lockdown in terms of whether your mother needed assistance with eating?
Well, it was pretty obvious early on in the illness that she wasn't eating, she wasn't feeling like food, and the food that was being provided wasn't appetising to her, so she was electing not to eat it.
And are they things she was voicing to you? I'm not hungry, or I don't like this food?
Yeah, she turned her nose up at it. She was a bit fussy. It wasn't restaurant quality.
What about in terms of what you saw her drinking?
Not much. She wasn't drinking much. Yeah, we're trying to encourage that as well, because we could see her deteriorating as far as strength goes, leading up to the onset of the illness getting worse.
If you assume that she was diagnosed with, well, she tested positive for COVID on the 16th of April, are you able to say prior to that date how many window visits you had been able to
I couldn't tell you the exact number. It's not something we recorded, but it was often. We were trying to get there as often as possible because she was distressed with the loneliness and anxiety about being separated from her family. It was very important to her to have us around.
And can you say how many occasions, or was it only one, that you noticed the food arriving and then leaving without having been?
There's one in particular I remember, but I think that was pretty much par for course because I don't think they had the staff to provide one-on-one care to the extent that was required.
So coming now to when she tested positive, in your statement you outlined that you received a call informing you of that.
Yes, I was at work at the time.
Do you recall did the person announce who they were?
No, I'm not good at recording people's names when I get a phone call like that. It's typical of me not to have knocked that down.
Somebody from Newmarch?
Someone from Newmarch House rang me up.
Were you left with any impression as to whether that person was a nurse or a doctor or an administration?
I think it might have been Tracy at a guess, but I'm not sure.
And did that person give you any information at all as to?
Just general information that Mum had contracted COVID and basically reassured me that she'd be getting cared for at home.
And was that the expression used, that she'll be getting cared for at home, or was there some other expression used? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact words used. I just know she gave me a brief summary of what care she would be receiving, yes.
And did she give you any information as to how your mother was in terms of whether she was well, unwell?
Yeah, she said she was well. Yes. I think I'd have to refer to my notes. But,
in your notes, you don't make mention as to what details you were given in that conversation, other than
I don't think at that point she had a lot of illness associated with the COVID because it was very early on.
And did you then have a conversation with your mother about that COVID positive?
We tried to discuss it with her. I don't know if she has fully understood what was happening. I know she knew she was unwell, but I don't think she. I tried to explain to her what was happening beforehand with COVID, and I sort of said, these lockdowns are designed to keep you safe. But it was to reassure her that these lockdowns had a reason, that she couldn't be out and seeing everyone. So I tried to make her understand, but I don't know how much she actually understood of what was actually going on.
Were you left with any impression as to whether or not what was then just under, it was 3 weeks about that she'd been in lockdown, what impact that was having on her cognition?
Oh, she was very depressed. She was becoming very depressed and agitated, and she wanted to get out. And
did you feel that she was orientated as to time or place?
I think she may not have been fully understanding time, or she had no reference, I don't think. It was just one day after another, same thing.
Mr. Billinghurst, I'd like to show you Blanche's advanced care plan of 2019, which is at tab 13. it'll, tab 13, so volume 11, tab 13. And you may already have it up in front of you on the screen.
Yes, I have it here, yes.
It's 2 pages. If we could just go to the second page and then come back to the first page. You'll see your mother's signature is on the second page on the date, the 28th of August, 2019. Were you present or with her when she completed this form?
Yes, I believe so. I believe that's the one when she first moved in to Newmarch. I was with her when we did one there, and I believe that's this one.
And it makes clear on that first page that your mother's wishes were that in relation to a hospital transfer, she's ticked the box, I do want to be transferred.
Yes, she absolutely did, yes.
And also, in terms of if medically indicated, did anybody have a discussion with you about what that does or does not mean?
No, we just saw it as if she had an organ failure or something, she wouldn't be kept alive artificially. We never envisaged that a virus would be brought into play on this, and she'd have treatment withheld because of this to treat a virus. No, that was not considered.
In terms of not wanting oral antibiotics, sorry, she's ticked there that she did want oral antibiotics. Just above the hospital transfer, you see the bolded use of antibiotics?
Yes.
So is it your understanding she would basically get everything except to be kept alive artificially?
Correct, yes.
Do you recall that there was a conversation on the 17th of April, so the day after you got the phone call about your mum being COVID positive? Do you recall Christy was at the hospital? So Christy was making a call to your mum?
Yes, correct.
And there was a nurse, she could overhear a nurse, or what she thought was a nurse in the room?
That's correct, asking her these questions again, and we couldn't understand why that would be done in mum's condition at that time when we already had a plan in place.
And as I understand it, you then received information back that Christy said to her nan and your mother, you really need to talk to Dad about these things.
Yeah.
Did that occur, that your mother had a conversation with you?
No, we didn't have a proper conversation about this.
Is it the case that after that conversation, you did receive a phone call from somebody at Newmarch in relation to her end-of-life care wishes?
I think there was a phone call, and I think they went over what she'd elected, and I didn't think it had changed from the previous one. And I think I said something along the line, I'll respect Mum's wishes in this matter.
So
because I think the main points of it hadn't changed. So that was my thoughts at the time.
So if you turn to paragraph 27 of your statement, you outlined there that you received that phone call on the 17th. You've given a mobile, it's in the last sentence, you've given a mobile number and a time.
Okay, yep.
Does that refresh your memory that phone call did take place?
Yeah, it did take place, yeah.
And can I ask you, do you know who was calling, whether, again, it was a nurse or a doctor?
I think it was a nurse, but I can't be sure.
And were you given any details again as to, well, firstly, were you informed as to why this conversation was taking place?
No, we were confused why this was being done when they had a care plan in place.
And you had a care plan in place. And in relation to the time, the 1:36, does that come from your records, your phone records?
Yes, all these times came from the phone records.
I'd like to read to you something that's recorded in the medical notes, your mum's medical notes at 247. And for the parties, it's tab 8, page 40. And what's recorded there in relation to the conversation is that, Just bear with me while I get my point. At 2:47 p.m, an agency nurse, so we don't have a name, has recorded this. Conversation with Blanche regarding advanced care plan. Blanche stated that she does not want to be cardiopulmonary resuscitated, no artificial nutrition. She does want to have antibiotics and does want to be transferred to hospital. Now, firstly, was that consistent with what your mum...
That was consistent with mum's wishes, yes.
Yes. And then it goes on to say that Blanche requested the staff speak with her son, Glenn. RN called Glenn at 1:45, and I see that your statement has that phone call at 1:36. You've just gone from your records, but in any event, a phone call took place.
Yeah, phone call, yeah.
Yes. And then Glenn stated that he would like his mother to be transferred to hospital if she requires treatment. And Glenn stated that he agrees and respects his mother's wishes.
Yes.
And as it so turns out, your mum's wishes and your wishes were the same.
Yeah, I knew what mum wanted from previously, so what they were saying sounded to me over the phone that it hadn't changed.
And was there any discussion about what, if needed, medical treatment meant?
No, I wasn't explained what all these terms actually meant. I had an idea in my head what we were talking about, but I don't think I really understood.
And in your head, it meant anything really other than artificially being kept alive or fed.
Yeah.
That time's wrong. I'm at the time, Your Honour. I do have a few more questions.
Yes, certainly. Mr. Billinghurst, we're going to take a break for lunch now, and then we'll continue your evidence after that.
Thank you.
We'll come back at 2:10. Ms Martois.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Billinghurst, just before lunch we were discussing that conversation, that telephone conversation on the 17th of April, where both you and your mother were able to communicate your mother's wishes with respect to transfer to hospital. I'd like to ask you now, from about that date until her particular demise, how often were you able to communicate with your mother? Were you making daily phone calls? Were you speaking twice a day?
I was trying to make phone calls, but we couldn't always get through to her. And she was too weak to answer the phone by that time. So it was only if a staff member could facilitate the phone call. But we had, as you know, 3 personal visits during that time.
Yep, and I'm going to come to those. Right. And if I could just ask you to keep your voice up.
I'll try.
Thank you. There was an Anglicare Zoom meeting on the 23rd of April.
Right.
Do you recall that? In your statement at paragraph 29, you make mention to the invitation via email to join that Zoom meeting.
Yes, I remember that Zoom meeting.
And you did attend via Zoom?
I did attend, yes.
Can I ask you, during the, I think Dr. Branley spoke, is that your memory?
Yes, that's correct.
From the P.N. Hospital?
Yes.
And Mr. Grant Millard spoke?
Yes, I've got that in my notes, yes.
Do you recall now, or do you recall whether there was information provided during that Zoom meeting in relation to hospital in the home? Sorry. You haven't raised it in you haven't raised it in paragraph 29?
I think there were conversations. I don't remember the specifics of that Zoom call.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not the precise care that was going to be delivered in the home?
No, I don't recollect.
Do you have any memory about a discussion about COVID, how it presents, what the symptoms are?
I don't recollect the exact.
Do you recall there being a discussion at all about palliative care for patients or residents in the home?
There have been, yes, I do remember having conversations or being told about palliative care. I can't remember exactly what was said in that Zoom call though.
And do you recall whether there was ever any mention made as to a term crisis meds or crisis medication or end-of-life medication?
Maybe end-of-life medication. I do remember something about that, yes.
Can I ask you, can you recall now whether or not you walked away from that webinar or Zoom meeting with any better understanding as to precisely what care your mother would receive?
I don't think so. It's not my recollection that I did.
I'd like to show you a document now, and it's a document that was contained in your mother's Newmarch house documents. It's at tab 6A, and the document is titled Newmarch Resident and Accommodation Agreement. It's in a separate tab 6A. It's page 1 through to 49 of volume 11. That's 6A. That's it. Mr. Billinghurst, can you see? Oh, you've got it? Firstly, do you recognise that document at all? Were you with your mother at all when, if you go to the last page, which is page 49, can I ask you, do you recognise your mother's signature?
Yeah, that's Mum's signature.
If you go to page 1 and just flick through, do you know whether or not you were with your mum when she signed that?
My signature's on it, so yes.
And it next alongside it?
Yes.
Can I ask you to turn to page 43 of that agreement, namely the agreement between your mother and Newmarch? And page 42 or 47 as it is on the document, and 43 as it is on the PDF. And do you have in front of you a page which is titled Schedule 9, Charter of Care Recipients, Rights and Responsibilities?
I'm not finding that, sorry. I'm not finding that page.
Do you have a, there should be two page numbers? You've got it on the screen?
I've got it on my screen now.
The third dot point down reads, each care recipient of a residential care service has the right to full information about his or her own state of health and about available treatments. Can I ask you, Mr. Billinghurst, after you had received what we went through before lunch, namely 10 emails from Anglicare, and after the webinar, did you feel that you had full information about the available treatments for your mother's COVID positive state?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe I had any specifics still about Mum's condition or what options there were.
And did you have any opportunity to raise that with any particular person, or did you feel that there was...
I feel like there was no lines of communication that I could... I didn't know who the doctor was to communicate with. No, I felt like there was no lines of communication for me to do that.
In terms of doctors, had you had any contact with your mother's GP prior... The GP she had prior to the outbreak?
No, not at that point, yes.
And were you ever informed as to whose care your mother was in after she had the COVID positive result?
I don't think so, no.
I'd like to now bring you to a phone call that occurred on the 24th of April, namely exactly a week after there'd been that discussion about the advanced care plan. And you do address that phone call at paragraph 30 of your statement. But I'd like to ask you some further questions in relation to it. Firstly, you're precise with your time there again. I take it from phone records.
Correct, yes.
The 2:35 a.m. phone call is self-evidently in the middle of the night. Were you asleep prior to getting that phone call?
Yes.
And do you recall now, you've written there, you believe it was a nurse, Therese, who called you?
Yes.
Do you recall anything further that she said to you in that first phone call? In particular, how did the phone call end after she said, Mum's taken a turn? She said to you, your mum has taken a turn for the worse, an ambulance has been called. Yes. Do you recall what was exchanged between the two of you after that?
I was just making inquiries about how if I could accompany Mum to hospital at that time.
Yes.
I would have liked to have gone to Newmarch House and been with her at that point.
What was the response to your inquiry whether or not you could be with your mum?
She couldn't say. She wasn't authorised to say yes or no to that. Yeah.
Do you recall anything else that the nurse said to you or you said to the nurse?
No, just basically whether I could accompany her. I don't think there was much said. She just said, we're calling the ambulance. I just took that as statement of fact, and we were going to hospital.
And after the phone call ended, what did you do? Did you go back to bed? Did you get ready to leave the house?
Yeah, I would have been getting ready. I would have called my brother straight away to tell him what had happened. And I would have been preparing to go down. I probably told Christy as well.
That's your wife? That's your daughter?
Yeah, my daughter Christy,
Yes.
yes.
There is a second phone call?
Yes, there was.
And again, you give a precise time, I take it from phone records, namely 3:12.
Yeah.
So some 37 minutes after the first phone call.
Yes.
Firstly, in relation to the second phone call, in your statement you say you don't have you just raise that it was a doctor.
Yes.
Do you subsequently hold a belief that that doctor was a Dr. Kakat?
Yeah, that's how I believe, yes.
And is that from, as a result of having been given the brief of evidence and being able to review documents?
That's correct. In the brief of evidence, it stated it was Dr. Kakat.
Now, in your statement, if I can take you to the second portion of paragraph 30, you say, at 3:12, I received a call from a doctor, and you give the mobile. I do not remember his name. And then you say, the doctor said that the ambulance had been cancelled because a hospital would not provide any extra care than she is receiving now, and that she was better off in the comfort of her own bed.
That's correct, yes.
I just want to break down that sentence, if I can. Firstly, the first part of that sentence, you say, the doctor said that the ambulance had been cancelled.
Yes, he cancelled it.
Do you say that the doctor rang you and said, it's been cancelled, or did he ring asking to have a discussion with you about whether or not the ambulance should be cancelled?
He said it had been cancelled.
And how certain are you that that's what he said?
I'm very certain. He left me with no doubt that after that conversation that there was no chance of recovery for Mum.
So in terms of the no chance of recovery, the second portion of your sentence, you say that he said that the hospital would not provide any extra care.
Correct.
And than she's receiving now, and she was better off in the comfort of her own bed.
That's correct.
Can I ask you whether it was that information that had you believe that there was nothing that could be done at hospital, or whether there were more express words said by Dr. Kakat?
Well, I followed up with that and asked, well, what if she was put on a respirator because she wasn't getting that treatment at Newmarch? And his words were, if she was put on a respirator, there'd be zero chance of recovery.
And how certain are you of those words?
Absolutely, I'm absolutely certain that was said, yes.
Do you recall now what you said in response to having received that information?
Well, I went along with his recommendations. I thought he had Mum's best interests. And unfortunately, I relented and said, yeah, okay, we'll leave her at Newmarch.
So in terms of his...
We couldn't hear that.
If you could repeat that. I understood it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you said you went along with his recommendation.
Yes, correct. I went along with the doctor's recommendation.
Yes.
Thinking that was in the best interests of Mum at that point. And I now regret I didn't insist he went to hospital.
So in terms of that expression going along with his recommendation, was that the recommendation to leave her at Newmarch?
Yes, the recommendation that she should stay in Newmarch, as he put it, in the comfort of her own bed or in a hospital. Sorry. He basically said she can die in hospital or in the comfort of her own bed. And that was basically the options I was given. And at that point, I relented for her to stay at Newmarch.
And in terms of, you've used that expression, at that point I relented. Can you just tell us how, what were your feelings in relation to your ability to voice
that
what
was
you
the
wanted?
Moment it dawned on me Mum would not recover.
Had it dawned on you prior?
We had hope. We had hope up until that point. So I felt, in retrospect, I feel like I was being pressured into making the call not to go to hospital, and I don't understand why.
Did you raise with him at all that your mum's wishes were inconsistent with her advanced care?
That didn't occur to me to mention it at that time.
How long do you think the conversation lasted?
I believe it was about a 5-minute phone call.
Were you woken from your sleep or you were still awake from the earlier?
I was still awake. I was still awake at that point.
Can I ask you this? Did Dr. Cathcart say in that discussion, in that phone call, describe to you the nature of COVID-19?
No.
Did he describe to you the mode of how COVID-19 is spread?
No.
Did he give you information in relation to how vigorous the infection was?
No, I don't recall that.
Did he tell you how severe the infection was?
He may have outlined how severe it was with Mum at that present time, yes.
Do you recall express words?
No, I don't recall the exact words.
You've told us that you recall the 0 chance of survival?
Yes, I definitely recall that, yes. That was quite traumatic.
Do you recall Dr. Cathcart describing to you or having any conversation with you about the comorbidities in elderly people?
No, that doesn't...
Do you recall Dr. Cathcart... Sorry?
You hadn't finished his answer.
Oh, no, sorry, I think I had. I was just saying no, I have no recollection of that.
Do you think it would... These questions I've asked you in relation to your recollection, and I'll do them quickly, nature of COVID, mode of transmission, vigorous nature of the infection. Do you believe if those words or that conversation was had, that you would remember it?
I would think that it would... Yes, I think there would, if there was more to that conversation, I think I would remember it, but I'm not saying that some of that wasn't included.
In terms of, was there ever any discussion about your mother's, and I'll go back a step. Do you understand the expression comorbidities?
Not really.
So comorbidities is often doctor language for your other health problems.
Oh, okay.
Do you recall any discussion, did Dr. Cathcart have any discussion with you either asking you about your mother's other health problems?
No, nothing like that discussed at that conversation.
Did he have any discussion with you about the available treatments at the time?
No.
Did he tell you that ventilation is the only available extra treatment at a hospital?
No, I don't think he said there was any other treatment available.
Do you recall, did he say to you that your mother could be placed on fluids at Newmarch Hospital?
No.
Do you recall whether he said to you that your mother could be placed on IV antibiotics?
No.
And again, in terms of not recalling it, do you believe those are matters that you would recall if they were said?
Absolutely. There's no options given to me like that. There was only the 2 options.
What do you say, Mr. Billinghurst, to the proposition that the family had made a decision not to transfer
That's
your mum?
absolutely not true.
Between the first call, I think you've told us that after the first call from the nurse saying, I've called an ambulance, she's going to hospital, you were able to have a conversation, or you made a phone call to your brother?
Yes.
Do you recall what you and your brother discussed?
I just informed him that Mum was going to hospital.
Was there any discussion about reversing that course?
No.
What do you say to the suggestion, Mr. Billinghurst, that you emphasised to Dr. Cathcart that she was not for transfer?
Absolutely not. It was he persuaded me into that position.
And in terms of he persuaded you, other than the matters that you've outlined in your statement with respect to she was going to die, it would make no difference, she has 0 chance of survival, were there any other words that you can recall that persuaded you to not interfere with her remaining at Newmarch?
No other words.
Do you believe the cancellation of the ambulance was consistent with your mother's wishes?
No, it wasn't.
Was it consistent with your wishes?
No, it wasn't.
After that phone call, did you call Newmarch House, or did somebody from Newmarch call you? I'll draw your attention. I think it's a paragraph 31 at 336.
Yes.
Namely,
Yeah,
at 3.
That's to do with the visits.
With the visits. So just taking a moment there to do the maths. I think the phone call from Dr. Kakat was at 3:12, and then what's that? Roughly half an hour later, there's another call from Newmarch to you. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, yes.
And that visit was, in effect, an invitation to be able to come and say goodbye?
Correct, yes.
Is that how you understood it?
That's how I understood it.
You did have an opportunity to go in?
Yes.
And you were with your daughter, Christy?
Yes, Christy met me there.
Can I just ask you, in paragraph 32 of your statement, I just wondered if there was one word that was incorrect there. It's 3 lines from the bottom of your statement, and there's a sentence, Dad arrived shortly afterwards.
Oh, that was Christy's notes that's gone in. That's Christy writing it, yes.
So Dad actually means you.
It means me, yes.
Namely, Christy, your daughter, was there first at Newmarch. Yes. You then arrived.
Yes.
Can you describe to us the PPE that was in place and the measures that you had to comply with? Firstly, was your temperature taken?
Yes, it was.
What happened after that?
We were shown what PPE we were to use and how to put it on.
And what was the PPE that you were to use?
We had a gown, a paper throwaway gown, mask. We had a hair net, booties, and I think we had the gloves too. So I think that was I think that was it.
Did you have to answer any questions when you first came into the building in terms of on this first visit? On subsequent visits, you do make mention to that. Do you have a memory now in relation to the first visit?
Yeah, I think they did go through the whole spiel with us at that point because, I remember that being probably the most thorough of all the visits.
This is roughly at 4 a.m. in the morning. And then was there a nurse present with you at all times?
No.
So you went into your mother's room?
Yes.
The nurse came and went, or do you have a memory now?
To the room, and then she didn't stay the whole time.
In your statement, you go on to describe that your mother's saturation was at 65%. Can I firstly ask you, your daughter is a radiologist?
Yes, she is.
Did she make comment on that reading of 65%?
Yes,
or
she was alarmed, yes.
Did she describe to you, or did you understand why that reading might be?
Well, yeah, she explained to me what it should be and how low that was.
And where did you read that? How could that? Do you recall now how she had that reading of 65%? I'll go back a step.
Sorry, I'm not recalling exactly how Christy took that reading or knew that reading.
Was your mother on oxygen when you walked into the room that night or early morning for the first visit?
She had the nostril apparatus on.
Yes. What's known as nasal prongs?
Nasal prongs, yes.
Yes. It wasn't. Have a look at paragraph 35 of your statement.
Yeah, sorry, there's 3 visits, so I don't want to get them confused.
That's fine. Have a read of paragraph 35. And you're describing here the first visit.
It says there with the oxygen levels, she had the finger pulse oximeter on, so that's how we got those readings.
And then that's when you noticed that the oxygen tank was empty.
Yes, Christy noticed that the flow meter was on 0.
Right.
And then on closer inspection, I saw that the bottle was empty.
And was the nurse in the room in that moment, or did you somehow call the nurse in?
We called the nurse in.
How did you call the nurse in? Did you go back into a communal area, or how did
I think we just yelled out from the hallway to the nurse, and the nurse was close by and came back, and we showed her that the bottle was empty, and she arranged for a new bottle to be brought around.
Do you recall how long you waited for that bottle?
Maybe 5 minutes. It was pretty quick.
And it's fair to, or it's correct to say, isn't it, that at the subsequent visits, the same issue in relation to an empty tank didn't arise?
No, it didn't.
When you went to visit your mum that first time, was she responsive? Sorry, and it's just being highlighted. Once the oxygen tank arrived, your mum's saturation levels went up again.
Oh, they did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask, was your mum responsive?
She was feeble, but she knew we were there. We were holding her hand and she was responding.
In terms of the subsequent visits, the second, you came back later that same day?
Yes.
And that was in the afternoon at about 2:30?
Right, yeah.
Did you go through the same procedures at the front door in terms of, firstly, was there a questionnaire that you had to answer?
Yes, I believe so. I think we went through the whole procedure again, yes.
There's a question as to whether you've been in contact with a COVID positive patient, or person, sorry. Do you recall that question? Yes. And was there a discussion about whether or not the answer to that was yes or no, given you'd been in contact with your mum earlier that day?
I don't think we saw it in that light. I don't think it was pointed out. We didn't see it in that light as being with mum. Maybe we should have, yeah.
Do you recall that second visit? And at paragraph 39, you give your memory back then, which is in the same year, as to what occurred that second visit. But do you recall that somebody said to you, no, it's okay? The nurse said, no, you don't have to answer yes to whether you've been in contact with a COVID positive person because you'd been in PPE?
Oh, yeah, that sounds right, yes, yeah.
And do you recall your temperature being taken?
Yes, Chrissy in particular returned a higher than normal temperature.
Yes.
But we'd been waiting outside and Chrissy was very distressed and it was put down to that her temperature was elevated for other reasons.
So at the checkpoint, so to speak, there seemed to be a rational explanation for a slightly elevated temperature, and you were permitted to go through.
Yes, she was visibly flushed from the heat and stress.
Now, on that second visit, I think you were present while your mum was being fed jelly.
Yes, I think I remember that, yeah. Is that in my notes?
Yes. It is paragraph 42. Oh no, I may have the wrong paragraph there. You talk about her appearing hungry and thirsty.
She was particularly thirsty. She was touching her mouth and we took that as indicating that she was dry.
Was she able to take a drink from a cup, or did you give her something to drink? Or
Christy put a straw in her glass, in a cup of water, and trapped the water and dropped it into her mouth.
And were you able to ascertain when she was last given a drink?
We couldn't ascertain that.
Were you able to have a discussion with anybody in relation to...
No, there's no specialists there, sorry.
Yeah, administering fluids, or did the nurses comment at all in relation to whether or not she was dehydrated?
No, I don't remember that conversation.
You then went back a third time the following day, the 20th, and that was at about lunchtime on the 25th of April. And that was the final time you saw your mum?
Correct. Tracy Aikens, I think it was, met us outside.
Could you just say that again? I couldn't hear you.
Tracy, I think it's Aikens, her name was.
Yes.
Met us outside and informed us that this will be our last visit.
And again, was there, in terms of your last visit, was there a discussion again about fluids? Have a look at paragraph 50.
Is it 50?
And then 51.
Yes. Mum was visibly distressed from first, I thought. And I asked if Mum could be put on a drip, and I was told that it was pointless.
Was Christy with you during this visit also?
Yes, she was.
And was there any further discussion about, I think, what the nurse terms invasive procedures?
Yes, she called a drip an invasive procedure, which surprised me. I didn't think that would be the case. I don't see why an invasive procedure wouldn't be allowed under Mum's care. So.
After the nurse said that infusion was an invasive procedure and it would not make any difference in the long run, did you feel comfortable to continue discussing that issue or requesting something to be done about what you thought was Mum's dehydration?
We felt at that point that we had no power in this situation. But we made these requests and they kept getting rejected.
Did you feel that there was somebody higher up the tree that you could raise it with?
We weren't told who we could raise it with. It was sort of like, this is what's happening and that's it.
Can I ask you then, the following day you received information, namely on the 26th of April, and it's a paragraph 57 of your statement. In the last sentence, you were told that your mum was not feeling any pain as she was on morphine and midazolam.
Yes.
Prior to that, had you been given any indication that the treatment regime in relation to your mum's condition...
We were told,
involved administering morphine and midazolam?
I remember morphine in particular, that we were told she was going to go onto morphine.
That you were told?
Yes, we were told.
And do you recall, was it prior to the 26th that you were told that she would be going on to morphine?
I think it was, I think it was the day before.
And did you or Christy have any thoughts about that, or?
Well, we just knew that she was in palliative care. We were told she was going into palliative care, and we understood what that meant.
So you understood that the morphine was being administered for palliation?
Yes.
And she then passed away the 28th?
Yes.
In between your last visit and when she passed away, were you receiving updates from Newmarch?
No, we got very little communication. We were ringing them quite regularly, actually, because my brother informed me there was a news report that morning of her death saying that an 89-year-old woman had died in Newmarch. And we tried pretty frantically to contact Newmarch that morning, and we eventually got through, and they had to call us back and check whether Mum was still alive or not, and got back to us and said, no, she is still alive.
Right. So you heard somewhere on the news that an 89-year-old person had passed away, but you just simply weren't sure, and that was your mother's age at the time?
That was Mum's age, yes. We thought that possibly Mum that was being reported on and we hadn't been informed. That was our fear, yes.
In your statement, at the end of your statement, you do raise a number of questions in relation to your mum's treatment, medical treatment. And amongst those questions, is it correct to understand that you were not informed as to who the doctor was who was in charge of your mum's care?
No, we had no idea.
You were not informed why your mother had not been placed on a drip, save for that one nurse's comments in relation to invasive procedure?
Yes, we didn't understand why she couldn't get a basic drip when she was so obviously distressed with thirst.
In terms of discussions as to morphine or midazolam, the only information you received was that was for palliative care treatment?
Correct, yes.
Were you made aware that those drugs were prescribed on the day or in the days subsequent to her COVID positive testing?
Yes.
Did you have any understanding or discussion about hospital in the home with any person as it related to your mother?
No, not specifically with my mother and what rights she had.
And were you ever given details as to how the care or the hospital in the home care would be delivered to your mum?
No.
Are there any other matters, Mr. Billinghurst, that you would like to share with the coroner in relation to your mum's time at Newmarch, either be it prior to the outbreak or during the period that she was in the lockdown?
Yeah, prior to the lockdowns, we were quite happy with Newmarch. Mum suffered some depression. Some days she didn't want to be there. She just wanted to be in her house, which is pretty understandable. Yeah, the lockdowns were particularly stressful. Stressful on her. It was very difficult for her to understand why we weren't there visiting her and being taken out. So yeah, it was a very hard time for her. And yeah, so and then during when COVID struck, there was even less visits. As you know, we got to see her through the window, but that's not the same as being able to help your mother eat and drink and keep her strength up. And we just saw her deteriorate before the illness actually took over. We wonder whether the deterioration from not being fed and given water contributed to her becoming weak enough for the illness to take hold. So they're just the things we're not sure about ourselves as a family, whether we would have had this outcome if she was given more one-on-one attention and made sure she kept her strength up before becoming so ill with it. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time today, Mr. Billinghurst. And there may be others who have questions.
Can I just bring up one more issue?
Yes, certainly.
On the morning after Dr. Kakat told us that it was pointless taking Mum to hospital, there was another doctor. So I'm just trying to read through my records. There was another doctor that gave Dr. Yeah, I was informed Dr. Yudi, Y-U-D-I, had requested a hospital transfer. And I didn't know about this. I wasn't given the information that there was a second opinion that another doctor thought she should be transferred to hospital.
And in terms of that information as to another doctor, I think it's Yudi, is that something you've been told verbally, or is that something you've picked up from reading the material?
From the material I got from your office. I didn't know about that before. And apparently Dr. Kakat informed him that we requested that she was not to be transferred.
And I'll just bring up a document for you, if you just bear with me. If Mr. Billinghurst could be shown tab 14, so volume 11, tab 14, page 10.
Page 10, isn't it?
Or if it could be brought up on the screen. You see the last line on that page, there's a bolded consultation information performed by Dr. Anita Vax, call early hours of the morning 3:15, that Mrs. Billinghurst is deteriorating and a Dr. Yudi has written for hospital transfer. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I didn't know about that happening.
No, that appears to be the only entry of that. If you go over the page, Mr. Billinghurst, that's where it records what is said to have occurred subsequently, namely that Dr. Kakart then called you, and his account, as he gave it to Dr. Sharma, was that the family had emphasised that she is not for transfer as discussed.
I take exception to the word emphasised.
Yes, you say there was no... Do you say just emphasised or not for transfer?
Well, as we said, I agreed to the not being transferred under the understanding that Mum wouldn't make it either way, from what I was told. But I certainly wasn't insistent upon it, not at all. It was a sort of a coerced position, and that I deeply regret.
And just picking up on those last three words, you've given your evidence in relation to emphasised. It then says is not for transfer as discussed earlier. Had you ever had a discussion with Dr. Kakart earlier?
No, I think that was the first contact I had with Dr. Kakart, and I think it's the only contact.
And the only other is it correct to say that the only other conversation you'd ever had about transfer were those earlier entries where you and your mum both fell in the same position in discussion with the nurse, which is in the progress notes, and I took you to?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Billinghurst.
Thank you.
Mr. Billinghurst, I'll just check with the other lawyers whether they have any questions for you, if you wouldn't mind waiting a moment.
Thank you.
Ms. Clarke, did you have any questions for Mr. Billinghurst?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, any questions? I might come back. Ms. Davidson, do you have any questions for Mr. Billinghurst?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, are you still on the connection, and do you have any questions for Mr. Billinghurst? I think Mr. Palfrey may just have dropped off the connection. All right, Mr. Palfrey, are you still on the remote connection?
Can you hear me now, Your Honour?
Yes, thank you.
Apologies, my screen disconnected just as you asked me the question. No questions from me after all of that. Apologies.
Not at all, thank you. Mr. Fordham, do you have any questions for Mr. Billinghurst?
Yes, I do, thank you. So I just want to try and clarify one issue. You were taken to some notes by counsel assisting within the records, and one of the notes, which is in volume 11, tab 8, is an entry of the 18th of April 2020, and it in part refers to an advanced care plan review with your mother. Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes, I do, yes.
And the note says that there's refer to ACP form GP still yet to sign. Now, I just want to ask you about that for a moment. Did you ever see an updated ACP form, an advanced care plan?
I don't believe so, no.
And the note, amongst other things, says that your mother had selected not for resuscitation. That's your understanding, isn't it?
My understanding was it was not to be force-fed.
I think a moment ago you were talking about invasive type procedures.
Yes, invasive, yes.
And do I take it that you regard and would have regarded back in March, April 2020 intubation and mechanical ventilation as an invasive procedure?
I wouldn't have seen it that way, but if it's technically correct, I'm obviously mistaken.
Yeah. Do I take it that what you and your mother were trying to achieve was to keep her as comfortable as possible, but in a way that was least invasive, if I can put it that way.
Well, at the time, we could never have envisaged that there'd be a virus with this effect on her.
Yeah.
So before this, I would never have thought that she wouldn't be treated for a virus. And I see this as a virus and no different. And if she required a drip to treat this virus, she required a drip. If she needed a ventilator, she required a ventilator. We had in mind more organ failure when we were looking at this, not a virus.
And to be fair to you, it was the early days of the virus, and
yeah,
you didn't really understand the magnitude of what we now know, correct?
Of course not, yes. Yeah,
you along with everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when all this went on about decisions where to move Mum, maybe it was too late to do anything for her. I feel she was let down in the days prior to that, as far as maintaining her strength. I truly believe she was allowed to dehydrate beyond a reasonable extent, and that's why the question's about the drip.
Yeah.
And I don't think enough effort was put into making sure she ate. And
I'll try and do this as quickly as I can, but I do need to ask you some questions.
Yeah.
There was another entry you were taken to that the last question you were asked by my learned friend was that you agreed with and respected your mother's wishes.
Yes, of course.
And those wishes, to be fair, included transfer to hospital and antibiotics.
Yes.
But they also included not for cardiopulmonary resuscitation, correct?
I believe that was the update. I don't think that was in the first one.
And artificial nutrition.
That's correct.
Excuse me for one moment. The first phone call you received in relation to transfer, I think you said, was from a nurse?
From a nurse, yes.
And it wasn't explained to you during that conversation who had made the decision for transfer?
My understanding was it was the nurse itself, but I could be mistaken about that. But that was my impression. It was quite a short phone call, was sort of to give me information that Mum was being transferred to hospital.
And was there any mention of a doctor's name during that conversation?
No, there wasn't. Not that I recall.
All right. Now, the second phone call, and there's no secret about it, it was Dr. Kakat.
Yeah, that's what I've become to understand. Yeah. I didn't, when I wrote my statement, I couldn't recall his name.
No, he will be giving evidence and he will say that that was him that made the phone call. So there's no, you're quite correct.
Yeah.
He phoned you.
Yes, he phoned me.
And in the course of that phone call, and I hate to say things that are completely obvious, but he said some things and you said some things, correct?
That would be correct.
He discussed with you, and I'll come to things in a moment, but there was a discussion about, for instance, your mother's condition.
Yes, he informed me basically that she had deteriorated.
And did you ask any questions about that?
I can't recall exactly what I was asking. I was basically listening. I was in quite a bit of shock. Yeah. It was a very, very traumatic moment.
Yeah, and that's what I'm coming to. It was a very traumatic moment for you. And all I'm going to suggest to you is this. You gave an estimate a little while ago that the phone call might have been as short as a minute.
No, 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes, sorry.
Sorry, I'm a bit quiet. I know that. I apologise.
Yeah, so you're quite softly spoken and I do apologise.
Yeah.
And so over the course of that 5 minutes, you say that Dr. Kakat spoke to you about a number of things and you asked some questions. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, from what I remember, it wasn't a long conversation. He didn't go into a lot of detail, but he did say that Mum had deteriorated to the point where being transferred to hospital would not help.
And again, the two things that you record in your statement that you remember from that conversation was that your mother was better off in the comfort of her own bed?
Yes, I'm sure that was his words. I remember that quite well.
And that the hospital would not provide any extra care than that she was receiving?
Correct, yes. And then I elaborated about the ventilator.
Yeah, and I was going to come to that in a minute. And please forgive me, but I do need to ask you this.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Hearing the words zero chance and survival in the same sentence must have been very confronting.
It was, yes.
And all I want to suggest to you is this, that is it the case that he may have said almost zero?
No, absolutely not.
What you sitting here today remember are the words zero chance and survival?
Yes.
Now, when the ventilation was discussed, do you remember whether or not Dr. Kakat said something along the lines of that ventilation was the only additional intervention or treatment that could be provided at the hospital?
That could be correct. I don't remember precisely.
Okay. Certainly could be correct.
Yeah, that could be correct, yes.
And my friend put the medical terminology, but in the 5 minutes or so of this conversation, sitting here today, do you remember whether or not Dr. Kakat spoke to you at all about some of your mother's health issues?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall him asking
or
telling me.
So you don't recall. Do you accept that it's possible that he did?
I expect that there might have been some brief mentions, yes.
And all I want to suggest to you is that that was in the context of the fact that your mother then had a COVID-19 diagnosis.
Oh, it was all about the COVID-19.
And how that might influence your mother's chances.
Yes, that's what I understood it to be about, 100% about COVID-19.
And you've used a couple of different words, but I just want to pick up on one word you said. You referred to Dr. Kakat's recommendation.
Yes.
And that was a recommendation that your mother not go to hospital.
Correct, yes.
And that was a recommendation that at the time you agreed with.
Yes, I was led down that path. Yes,
If you could just go back to my question, it was a recommendation that was made that you accepted it.
I did accept, yes. Yes.
I'll just be one moment, sir, if you'd forgive me. And there is one other thing I need to ask you about. Was it following that exchange with the recommendation that there was discussion about the fact that the ambulance would be cancelled?
Well, my understanding was that the ambulance had already been cancelled by the time I received this phone call.
And all I want to suggest to you is that the decision, well, I'll put it another way, the discussion about the ambulance being cancelled came about after the discussion about your mother going to hospital or not going to hospital.
That's not my recollection, but if there's record says otherwise, I'll be corrected, but that's not my recollection.
Do you accept that might have been the case?
Well, it was a long time ago now, and I was distressed, so I'm not saying I'd be foolproof under that circumstances, but that's my recollection is that it was cancelled prior to the phone call.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Anything arising, Ms. Martela?
Just one question. You've just given evidence, Mr. Billinghurst, that you did accept Dr. Cathcart's recommendation for your mother to remain at Newmarch House.
Yes.
Why did you accept that recommendation?
Because a doctor called me and he said that my only choice was to either have my mother taken to hospital or remain in her bed, and the only outcome was she was going to pass away either way. And he recommended that she'd be more comfortable in her own bed. So, I saw it as a binary decision whether she passed away at hospital or at the nursing home. So I followed his recommendations at that point.
That was the only question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Billinghurst.
Thank you. Mr. Billinghurst, that means that we've come to the end of your evidence. You're welcome to leave your seat. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honour, there's one more witness for today, and that is Mark Fay, who is the son of Anne Fay.
Yes.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Mr. Fay, could you please state for the court your full name?
Mark Allen Fay.
And you prepared a statement for His Honour dated the 18th of September 2020?
Yes.
And for Your Honour, that's at tab 5, volume 14, tab 5. Mr. Fay, you are an only child.
Yes.
And your father had passed away some years earlier in 2008.
Yep.
So the loss of your mother must have hit you hard.
Yes.
Your mother didn't cope well, did she, after your father passed away?
She went all right for a while. Became obvious she wasn't looking after herself as well as she could. We always maintained that we would not tell her when to leave her home and come and live with us. It was going to be her decision on her terms. And years went by and that was no longer probable because of her feet issues. She couldn't get around. She was unstable and not safe to live by herself. Even though we were going to build a granny flat at our property, at the time 4 of us lived at home and 4 of us worked full-time. So she would not be in any better position.
And in terms of her feet issue, I understand that she had gangrene in a number of toes?
1 or 2, yes.
And in terms of her frailty, she went through a period, didn't she, where she really didn't eat much and went to about 40 kilos?
That's correct.
And she was having problems in relation to mobility because of her feet?
Yeah, they would be painful, so she would stay off them.
Were there issues with respect to delirium or periods of delirium at all?
No, she, from what I can recall, she had possibly 4, maybe 3 UTIs in the last few years, which tends to send them a bit loopy. And
UTIs being urinary tract infections?
Yes.
And I think you've described your mother as a person who craved friendships.
Yeah.
And loved to have a good chat.
Yep.
So when she came into Newmarch in November of 2017, was she happy there?
Yes, she was.
I understand that her weight went up.
Probably doubled, almost.
She had a number of friends.
Yeah, she did.
And she passed away at age 76, but she was actually relatively in the young cohort of Newmarch House residents.
Yes, she was. Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that for many she was the go-to woman in terms of chats or advice or fun or?
She became that person in Newmarch, in her wing, in Blacksland. She had a positive vibe. She would help, other, not patients, she would help other residents, like, communicate again with each other, get them together, talk stories and whatever else. She was good for morale.
And I take it then that she was cognitively very sound.
Yes.
You would visit often?
Yes, as often as I could.
And that was most weekends?
Most weekends, and if it wasn't myself, it would be my wife, my daughter and my son.
And how did you find Newmarch in that period before COVID in terms of their care of your mother and the general energy, shall we say?
Excellent.
Excellent in food?
Yes.
Activities?
Yeah.
Communication?
Yep.
And that was both with you as a family?
Yes.
And also, did your mother say that she was happy in terms of being abreast of what was going on and what was available to her?
Yeah, 100%.
How did you first find out about Newmarch House going into a lockdown on the 23rd of March? Were you on the email list?
I was, but I didn't receive any.
Do you have any understanding as to why that is the case or was the case?
No, we have 2 email addresses and I don't recall any.
Did your mother inform you that there was a lockdown now at Newmarch in terms of no visitors in?
Yes.
And once that lockdown, no visitors in started, did you still see your mum by way of window visits?
Yes. One that I recall was April 10, being my birthday. I went there with our dog, who Mum babysat for 6 months while we had some work done in our backyard. So she claimed her as her dog. We sat outside the main office window. Mum had a mobile phone, her mobile phone. I had mine. We spoke through the window, communicated. Her friends came and looked and sort of interacted with the dog through the glass, I guess.
And when you say her friends came, do you mean other residents of Newmarch came into her room?
No. This was a window of the common room, maybe an office of some sort.
So you say on the 10th of April, in the common room area, there were a number of residents, including your mum, who you were having a conversation with through the glass?
Yes, I would say 3, including, plus a nurse.
And did you see your mother after that date?
No.
Can I take you to your statement at paragraphs 19 and 20?
Yes.
Where you say in the first sentence of paragraph 19 that it all seemed to go downhill from the 11th of April. Firstly, in terms of your impression that it all went downhill, what was that based on? Is that based on your conversations with your mother, or is that based on your own ability to communicate with Newmarch?
All of the above.
In terms of the conversations with your mum, what was it that she was reporting back to you? that had you concerned with respect to things going downhill?
Well, the fact that without communicating with Mum's own mobile phone, which she mostly had mistakenly turned it off or put it on silent, so even though that communication was limited, and the fact that there was no other communication, as far as I was concerned, things went downhill from there.
Did she have a landline in her room?
To my knowledge, no.
So if there were issues with the mobile, her mobile phone, you couldn't communicate with her directly. You'd have to go through a staff member facilitating that call.
Yeah.
You raise in your statements at paragraphs 19 and 20, firstly, that she was getting somewhat confused regarding the staff.
Yep.
Can you just talk us through that in terms of not recognising any of them, having no relationship with them, or some other thing because of
no
the PPE?
relationship with them. Mum was a very one-on-one kind of person. Like if she liked you, you were the chosen one, and she would like to deal with that particular person.
In terms of not getting her medication, can you recall now whether that was an isolated incident or if she said to you that it occurred more than once?
I'm only aware of that one mentioned, but Mum was not much of a whinger.
And in terms of showering or that she was not being showered?
That was mentioned, yes.
Do you know again whether it was an isolated incident or if it was ongoing?
It would be late into her life, not so much in the early stages of the COVID outbreak and the lockdown, but later.
And so in terms of your mum passed away on the 2nd of May.
Yeah.
So there were about just under 3 weeks that she was in a sort of serious lockdown in terms of isolated to her room.
Yeah.
With respect to her eating or not eating properly, again, can you say now whether the late meals or insufficient meals was an isolated incident, or on her report whether it was ongoing?
Was ongoing.
And in terms of the communication after lockdown, was there a care app that you became aware of that residents were linked, so family of residents were able to link into, that then gave them access to information direct from Newmarch?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did you attend the webinar?
Yes, I did.
Did you walk away from that webinar? Well, firstly, do you recall any information being provided to you in that webinar in relation to the hospital in the home which was being implemented at Newmarch House?
Knew it was to be implemented, although very doubtful that it could function as a hospital.
What did you understand it to mean when that information was relayed to you?
I didn't really know what to expect, so I couldn't understand what the end result, what they were aiming for, but it certainly could not have been as effective as a hospital.
And in terms of, do you recall conversations about palliative care during that webinar?
I can't say that I can recall, no.
Do you recall now what your impression was when you walked away from that webinar, which was designed as an information session for the family? Did you feel more informed?
Not overly, no.
Your mother tested negative? You're aware of that?
I'm aware of, from the communication that I had, I was aware of Mum having 3 COVID tests, the first 2 being negative and the third on April 30 being positive. But since more information has come out, Mum actually had 5 COVID tests with apparently the first 4 being negative and the last one on April 30 positive.
And that information, am I correct in understanding you had that information as a result of a conversation you had with somebody after your mother's passing?
No.
In terms of the 5 tests?
Oh, yes.
In terms of the 5 tests?
Yes.
Can I ask, was there a discussion, did you have a discussion with your mother about taking her out of Newmarch?
Yeah.
And did you relay that discussion to a nurse or to some other person at Newmarch other than your mother?
There was no communication.
What was the discussion between yourself and your mother in relation to moving her out?
You need to get out. We need to get you out. Although they had taken the PIN number applicator to the lock.
What does that mean? Tell me what that means.
It's like a code system to be able to open the main doors.
So entry into Newmarch.
Entry into Newmarch.
So is it correct to say that prior to the lockdown, families had that PIN code and they came and went really as they pleased? Yep. It was very much an open door policy in Newmarch.
Yes, and it was good.
Visit as often as you like and you could stay as long as you liked.
Yeah.
And that code and that free access obviously ceased on the 10th of April.
I believe it was, so we didn't get to go in on the 10th.
Sorry, the 23rd of March for you, because you could no longer enter freely.
Yes.
So just coming back to, you had a discussion with your mum about taking her out of Newmarch.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you land? Where did the two of you land in terms of whether or not you would do that? Clearly you did not do that.
Could not do that.
Could not, or?
Could not do that.
And why did you hold that belief that you could not do that, namely take her out of Newmarch?
We were locked out. We had no communication.
Did you feel that there was some avenue whereby you could communicate that desire to Newmarch?
I'm sure there would have been if there had been communication available.
Did you ring anyone at Newmarch during the period of lockdown to try and get answers?
Yep. I had the phone number to the RN's room, the landline to the RN.
In your mother's wing?
Yes. In Blaxland.
Blaxland?
Also, obviously, the main landline to reception. And I think I must have had a mobile phone number for one of the nurses.
And did you ring those numbers and try and have discussions with somebody in relation to taking your mum out?
Yep.
Where did those conversations or those phone calls go?
Okay, so at this stage, they're well into the outbreak. And when I did get through, I was told somebody would call me back.
Did you ever receive a return call?
No.
Did you ever receive the name of somebody who you should really take this issue up with?
No.
Did you recognise any of the people that were answering the calls when they were answered in terms of staff that you had relationships with prior to the outbreak?
Look, I think at the start it was possibly Melanie. Is that her name?
Yes, I've just got a mental blank. Burns? Melinda Burns or Melanie? Melinda Burns?
Melinda, sorry, yeah.
That was in the early days?
That was early in the piece, yeah.
And later?
And later, no return calls.
I'd like to now just ask you some questions in relation to what information was coming back to you in relation to the condition of your mother, and in particular drawing your attention to the 24th of April, which stage from your evidence you did not know that she was COVID positive, and in fact she was returning negatives.
Yeah.
Did you get a call from a Dr. Amir at one point in time informing you that your mother had been vomiting?
Yes.
And save for that call, Did you get a subsequent call, namely on either the 29th of April or the 30th of April, indicating to you that your mother had had a fall?
30th of April.
In relation to that, who called you?
From what I recall, I wasn't in my own work vehicle, so therefore my phone was not hooked up to Bluetooth. In the morning, I'd received several phone calls, some work-related, some from journalists, and clearly at one point I had rung the mobile number of a nurse at Newmarch, whose name I can't recall. So another call was coming through. I was driving. I thought I need to answer this. Pulled over, answered it, and it was the journalist. I said, look, man, I've got to get to my destination. I'll call you back. Got to my destination, got in the car park, pressed a mobile number which was strange to me, thinking it was the journo. Lady answered. And I said, oh, you're not Peter? She said, no, I'm blah from Newmarch House. I said, oh, well, I have you. Give me an update on Anne Fay. And she said, oh, so clearly nobody's contacted you. Your mum's positive.
Was there not a call earlier in relation to letting you know she had taken a fall?
Yes, there was.
Tell me about that call first. Do you know, were you left with the impression, or were you told whether it was a nurse or doctor calling you?
It was a nurse.
And do you recall now what information you were given in relation to that fall?
Yeah. I think it was 2:30 a.m.
In terms of when she fell? So what, you believed it was early in the morning or during the night?
Yep. And I think she was found around 5 or 5:30 a.m. And when I did speak to Mum regarding that situation, she said that she had felt she wanted to go to the bathroom, which is from here to the end of the desk away from her bed, and that she felt lightheaded, a little off balance, so she sat down. And obviously she may have fallen asleep there, but it was someone somehow told me that it would have been from she was down there for a few hours.
And in conversation with your mum, were you left with an impression that it was simply a situation where she sat down as compared to falling down?
Yes, that's how I understood her.
What else did your mum say to you about that incident? Did you ask her how she felt? Did you ask her whether she hit her head?
Yeah,
did you ask her whether she had any pain?
She did. I did. Obviously, I asked her about pain. She said nothing about a head injury, head wound, chest wound, nothing. She'd lowered herself down to be safe, possibly even fell asleep there because I dare say she was a little bit drowsy, maybe medicinal drugs, I don't know, combating each other. But she made the decision to sit, and although that day she did also, because I called her a few times, she did say that she had back pain.
And in your statement at paragraph 25, you say that your memory is further, that when you spoke with your mum, she said to you that she found it hard to breathe and that she felt tired all the time.
Yep.
And just wanted to sleep. Was that the first time she had complained of feeling like that? Or, well, not complained, I shouldn't say complained. The first time she told you that she felt like that, or were there other times when she'd sort of said to you, look, I'm finding it hard to breathe? Or
No, I would think that was probably the first time she'd complained about it. Again, Mum wasn't one to burden somebody else. Don't make anyone else worry about her.
Following the phone call with your mum, and I'm going to come back to the COVID positive phone call, just in relation to the fall, did you get any other calls from either a nurse or doctor to inform you as to what the update was following that fall, in relation to whether she was examined by somebody and what the examination results showed?
No.
I'd just like to show you a document on the screen, and it's in tab 8, so volume 14, tab 8, page 78. You may have it on the screen in front of you, Mr. Fay. This is what's known as the Glasgow Coma Scale. Am I right in assuming that nobody indicated to you that this test had been performed on your mum?
No.
It basically looks at various signs, and in relation to your mum, and it gives it a grading, and the ultimate grading that your mother received was a grading of 14, namely there was an indication of a mild head injury. Did anyone ever call you to indicate to you that the preliminary test results or questioning had landed on a possibility of a mild head injury?
No.
Did anyone call you to indicate to you that on that date, namely the 30th of April, and it seems it was at 8:30 a.m. that morning, that your mum's temperature was at 38.9?
Yes.
They did tell you about the temperature?
Yes.
And did they tell you about the reading?
The temperature reading?
Yes.
Yes.
Or just, and when was that, during the by chance phone call about the COVID positive, or in a subsequent or previous phone call? The phone call on the fall, phone call on the COVID positive, or another subsequent phone call with somebody at Newmarch?
Possibly the subsequent. My paperwork is all out of whack with the numbers that you're giving me too, so I'm just winging this.
In terms of minimising the chances of you winging it, is there something that you've got in front of you other than your statement that you've recorded notes on?
Yep.
And what is that? Is that something you've written in preparation for your evidence today, or something you wrote at the time?
I've got Anne Fay's summary and I've got my statement.
Did you use that Anne Fay summary to write your statement?
No.
Is it, did you write it up before the statement in September?
This is where I need the help of my daughter Nicole.
It may be that I've missed. Is it something that you've shown? Is this a summary that came from the council assisting team, the solicitors assisting a recent document?
Yep.
Okay, I understand what it is. I understand it's the summary just in relation to your mum. It's a document created by others.
Mm-hmm.
And you say that in that summary, you did become aware of your mum's temperature?
Yes.
Before you'd read that summary, were you aware of your mum's temperature?
Yes.
Through conversations with somebody at Newmarch?
Yes.
Okay. Turning to the conversation when you got a call, because you returned a call, and you were told that your mum was COVID positive. In that conversation, the caller, do you know who that was?
No.
Were you left with the impression as to whether it was a nurse or doctor?
Nurse.
And what was your reaction to being told that your mum was COVID positive, knowing that she'd had a few previous tests which were all negative?
would say I thought it would be inevitable that she would end up with it, being there was so many before her. Not at any time did I think she would be in grave danger of losing her life at the age of 76.
Did you have a discussion with your mum about her testing positive?
Yes.
So you held a belief that she did know?
Yep.
Can I draw your attention now, Mr. Fay, to the advanced care plan?
Mm-hmm.
Did a doctor call you in relation to the advanced care plan?
Yes.
If I gave you the name Dr. Amir, does that sound familiar?
That sounds familiar.
And do you recall that conversation, was it about 3 p.m. that day? Or do you have a time in your mind at all, or you'd accept what's on records in relation to that? Did you say to the doctor that your preference was to discuss the advanced care plan first with your mother before discussing it with him?
More than likely.
And did he inform you that he'd conducted a test that found that she had a mild head injury?
No.
Are you certain of that?
Can't be certain.
Is it something you would remember if he told you, namely that there was a possibility of a mild head injury?
Yeah.
Did you say to the doctor that you just needed more time to consider the family's decision in relation to the advanced care plan?
Never. I would not say that.
Did Dr. Amir indicate to you that he would have a discussion with your mum direct in relation to the advanced care plan?
It's possible.
Did you have any concerns or reaction or thoughts in relation to whether your mother was in a position to have a conversation in relation to her advanced care plan?
Well, no. She because of her UTIs, she suffered delirium through UTIs, and by this time, we're already talking April 30, yeah, where she was clearly unwell.
Had there been any report back to you that at this particular time she did in fact have a UTI?
She was certainly confused, and I dare say that, yeah, that she was lack of oxygen, or she was not all that there 48 hours from death.
So whatever the cause was, your own belief was that at or about the time, 30 April, 1 May, your mother was in a way where you wouldn't be comfortable with a doctor having a direct conversation with her about her advanced care plan?
Certainly not.
Do you recall after the phone call with Dr. Amir, you received another phone call from a doctor by the name of Dr. Kakat?
Yes, I do.
And do you know how it is that you came, why he was calling you?
Yeah, he basically called us, I think it would be April 1. No, hang on a second. No, it would be April 30, sorry,
30 April.
May 1. May 1. He basically called, and as soon as he told me who he was, I put him on speaker because my family was there. This is the day after, or the day after that we found out Mum was positive, and he basically said to us on speaker that Mum would be best left in her room, as the mortality rate of her to go to Nepean Hospital, 1 kilometre up the road, mortality rate would be 60-40 in favour of her demise if she was moved.
What do you say to the suggestion that he said the mortality rate was 50-50?
No.
Why is it that you have such certainty in relation to your recollection as to the percentage? of chance?
Some things just stick.
So your memory is that he clearly said her chances were 60-40. And do you recall what else he said?
She was on the 40% side of survival.
On the lower end.
Yep.
And do you recall what else he said?
That she would be cared for until the end in the home hospital. And we just didn't have a bar of that. He also did mention, is it correct that your mum is not to be revived or resuscitated?
And what was your response to that?
Not hysterical, but in total disbelief.
Did you verbalise that disbelief?
Absolutely.
Best as you can, what was your response to his belief and suggestion to you that your mother was not for resuscitation?
I object to that. The answer to the question was he asked if, not was.
Sorry, I'll stand corrected. Did Dr. Kakart say to query whether or not your mother was for resuscitation or not?
He didn't query, he said, is it true? Is it correct that your mother is not for resuscitation?
And what was your response?
Absolutely, give her every chance. This is incorrect information.
What else do you recall being said between the two of you in that conversation, in that phone call?
Probably not much else other than my family got involved in the conversation because he was on loudspeaker, and they also showed their disturbance at what he had said.
Which bit of what he had said?
The whole thing, i.e. 60-40, mum being on the 40% of survival rate if she was moved to Nepean Hospital, and the fact that she was for non-resuscitation.
Did you have a conversation with him expressly stating, we want her transferred to hospital? Yeah. Did you have a conversation with him at all about the fact that your mother had taken or had a fall?
Yes.
And what was his response to that information?
It's quite vague now, but I mentioned mum's fall because in that conversation, he said there is no way she cannot go to Nepean Hospital as a COVID patient. So then, thinking on my feet, I said, well, mum's had a fall on Thursday night and she's complained of pain in her back.
And what was his response to that information?
Not a whole lot.
Do you recall anything he said in reply?
I don't believe that it would have been in mum's favour.
Let me just ask. Yep, I'll. In terms of not in being in mum's favour, can you just? I take it you don't have a recollection as to what he said in reply, with respect to the fall.
Mm-hmm.
And what impression were you left with at the end of the conversation between yourself and Dr. Kakart in relation to whether or not your mum would be transferred to hospital as a result, firstly, as a result of COVID? Yep. Did you think she would be?
That was a negative.
In relation to the fall she had sustained and the complaint of pain?
I guess, well, when it's put like that, maybe he was positive towards mum because it was the next day in not the early hours, but say 6:30, 7 o'clock a.m. On the Saturday, we were informed that she was on her way to Nepean Hospital. Although myself, my daughter, were on the news on the Friday evening news, just trying to get it out there about these people not being allowed out of a sick building, rampant sick building, to go to hospital for treatment.
I'm going to read to you, Mr. Fay, Dr. Cackat's memory of the conversation with you as recorded by him in the clinical notes.
Yep.
And Dr. Caccat has recorded there, firstly, that he discussed the Advanced Care Directive with you. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, yeah, he did mention it because he got it wrong.
He then records that, notes that your mother is COVID positive and states that she will be treated in a nursing home for COVID-19.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that that was what was relayed to you by him?
Yes.
He records that symptom treatment only. Do you have a memory of him using those words or similar words in relation to the treatment your mother would receive?
That makes sense. It does.
And then he records she may be transferred to hospital for any other disease like fall,
yes.
other bacterial infection.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I agree.
And that's consistent with what he said to you.
Okay.
Sorry, and you agree that is?
I agree.
That's what that he.
I agree.
In relation to later, and he records that conversation as occurring at 1:30 p.m. on the 1st of May.
I would agree with that.
Can I just show you now it's in volume 14, tab 7.
Okay, so volume 14 means?
But before I go to that document, Mr. Fay, I just want to ask you a couple of questions going back a step in relation to the conversation you had with Dr. Amir, the earlier conversation. Mm-hmm. And Dr. Amir has also made a clinical record or made a record in the clinical notes. Yep. And his record of the conversation with you is that discussed with her family, with Mark, about his mum's condition. Yep. You agree?
Agree.
And discussed about the advanced care plan. Agreed?
Possible.
And that Mark preferred to discuss the conditions with his mother. Does that sound correct to you? I think you earlier said that. Is that something you would have wanted to discuss with your mum, namely the advanced care plan?
Probably not, no.
And you say probably not because of her state?
Yes.
He records then that, in his opinion, your mother was able to take a decision and can advise about her conditions, and her opinion can be depended upon in relation to the advanced care plan. Do you agree or disagree with his opinion as to your mother's ability to make a decision?
I disagree with that totally.
So can I come now to tab 7? So one last thing in relation to Dr. Amir. Did you indicate to Dr. Amir that you're not willing to make that decision at that point in time when you had the conversation?
I was not willing to change what was already in place, that she was to be.
So going to what was already in place.
Yep.
Tab 7.
Yep.
What we have at tab 7, firstly, is 2 cover sheets on an advanced care plan, the second of which has a date of the 20th of November 2018.
Okay.
Do you have that, page 3?
So we're tab 7.
Do you have an advanced care plan as the first page on tab 7? Or looking at the screen, Mr. Fay?
Yep.
Because I'm noting the time. If we can go to page 1 on that screen in this tab. Yep. That's the first page, looking at the screen. The second page, moving along.
Yep.
And then the third page, that's your mum's signature and the date November 2018. And do you recognise on page, and it states on page 1 and 2, do you have any idea what the date of page 1 is? Doesn't have a date. What it has is the tick box in relation to I do want resuscitation, I do want artificial nutrition, I do want to receive oral antibiotics, and I do want to be transferred to hospital if medically indicated. Do you know whether you filled out a form such as this during the outbreak period, or whether your mother filled out a form like this after the 2018 dated document?
This could even be before 2018. Yep. 2012 rings a bell.
Did you fill out a form during the outbreak period? Were you sent a form and did you fill out a form?
No.
Did you hold a belief that the positions as expressed in those two plans had changed?
Should not have changed.
Moving on from on the 1st of May, you had a WhatsApp conversation with your mum?
Yes.
How did she appear?
Confused.
Was it on the evening after that WhatsApp chat that you went to Channel 7 and had a conversation with a journalist?
Mm-hmm.
And had that, why did you go to the media?
Because these people were dropping like flies and there was no communication. Basically, they were just locked. They might as well have lit a fire inside the building and just shut all the windows and see how they go. They were all dropping like flies, and I couldn't sit back and watch that.
Did you feel like you had access to somebody within Newmarch for your voice to be heard in relation to your concerns?
I doubt it.
Did you make efforts to ascertain whether there was somebody there that you could voice your grievances to?
Yeah. There was no phones being answered.
On the 2nd of May, you became aware your mother was transferred to hospital?
Yes.
Did anybody at Newmarch inform you prior to that transfer that the transfer was occurring?
No.
Not at any stage?
Oh, yes. Sorry, what I said earlier, around about 7:00 a.m. on the Saturday, we were told that Mum was being transferred. Actually, at that particular point, she would have been in the ambulance.
Were you given an indication as to why that transfer, for what reason, whether it was for a COVID reason or some other reason or for some examination?
No, we thought it was from the article on the news the night before that Mum had had a fall, suffered pain from a fall, and that was the reason why they got her out. So we're assuming that she's going to get cared for properly, but only using the painful back as a tool to ferry her out.
But just leaving aside assumptions, in terms of an express conversation with somebody at Newmarch, were you given the information as to why your mum was being transferred to the hospital?
No. Well, not so much the severity of it, because we were of the understanding that she was going for treatment for her back pain. And obviously, while she was out in the hospital, she could get better treatment for the rest, for the COVID.
And I think you've said it was early that morning at about 6:45 a.m. Is that correct? You got a phone call saying she's being transferred out.
That's probably a better time.
You then were able to enter the hospital, as I understand it. and you did have an opportunity, I think, to sit with your mum. No, you did not.
We could view Mum whilst she was intubated and unconscious on a table in probably the best scenario I could ever see of the care that she could have received. It looked like a space film. These people, the PPR on these nurses was just top level. She was in a sealed glass room, which we were offered to go in to say goodbye, but only two of us, and there was myself, my wife and my two children. So we weren't going to make a decision on who's going in, who's going to suit up. We stayed on the outside of that glass sealed room. Which we could clearly see her, they said if we take the intubator out, that she wouldn't go for very long. Did we want to stick around? Which we agreed to. We said our goodbyes from outside the glass windows, glass room. They flicked a switch and it all went opaque, and the nurse with us said, it's best you don't see this stuff being extracted because it's not pretty. Then the lights, then the glass became clear again, and there was Mum, mouth wide open, eyes closed, looking to the ceiling. Our request was, once that is removed, I want to keep the heart monitor on, and I think she went maybe a minute or two, and we watched her go.
Is there anything else, Mr. Fay, that you would like to share with the court in relation to both perhaps the positives from Newmarch and obviously what was likely to have been a less than ideal last month or so, but the positives?
Positives. Right from the get-go, it was the place to be. We couldn't believe how lucky we were. No, neither could Mum. As mentioned previously, she went from quite a light weight and stacked on some kilos. She was eating some 5 times a day. I would take a bucket of silver coins, which I never put back in my pocket. They're too heavy. Stick them in a bucket. When the bucket gets full, take it to Mum. She would wheel herself over to the chip and chocolate machine. This is after eating fruit and breakfast and everything else, and snack out and share all those things around with the other guys in there. It was the perfect place for her. She reiterated that several occasions.
And in terms of your frustrations in the last period, would it be fair to say that communication obviously was one of the most troubling aspects for you?
It was troubling, and I understand why it was troubling. You can't have a go at staff. You can't. Management? Yeah. Staff? No. They were chucked in there. They were just chucked in there to keep the numbers up. And they were dropping like flies themselves, becoming positive and so forth. So before COVID, the place was a godsend. After that, there could be no communication because there were so many new people on a daily basis almost, I would think, that they could not keep up with the demand. The phones weren't being answered because there was probably no one of authority that knew the residents well enough to give an answer. That's all I can think. I don't blame staff at all.
Thank you, Mr. Fay, for your time today.
Mr. Fay, I'll just check whether there are any other questions for you. Ms. Clarke, do you have any questions for Mr. Fay?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson, any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Ms Richardson.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr Fay, you've heard there's no more questions. Thank you very much for attending today. You're welcome to leave your seat there in the witness box. Thank you very much.
Your Honour, in terms of tomorrow, in the batting order, Mr Sullivan is the first witness. There are two further witnesses, Ms Mary Watson, who is the daughter of Alice Bacon, also Helen Porter will be giving evidence.
Yes.
That wasn't on the original list, but there's been a slight change there.
Very well.
We're not entirely sure about the order in terms of Ms Watson and Ms Porter, but we'll settle on that tomorrow.
I see. All right. Thank
you.
All right. We'll adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.